said, love for an island is what we do. Is what we do. Lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few. To name a few. Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like. That's what we like. Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. Cause I said, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright. Love for an island is what we do. Is what we do. Lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few. To name a few. Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like. That's what we like. Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. Cause I said, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the sons of it strictly for the islands, giving shouts out to everybody. And the sons are providing you the skanky pizza, get up, get groovy, stay rocking the island. But the sons of it, get up and skank now. Put your hands together, then we clap to the beat now. But the sons of it strictly for the islands, giving shouts out to everybody. Say, love for an island is what we do. Is what we do. The lovely women, beautiful beaches, just to name a few. To name a few. Fiestas and barbecues, that's what we like. That's what we like. Love for an island, it makes you feel alright. I say, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright. Makes you feel alright. Makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, alright, alright. Makes you feel alright, alright, alright. It 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 makes you feel alright, alright. It makes you feel alright, 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 alright, alright.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Shut the door, turn around. Let's find some common ground. And no more fake smiles, there's no one around. It's just you and me now. You've been saying everything on your mind. You know the ending of your every line. Suppressing what I'm feeling just to be kind. Where do we go from here? another way. Easy for you to say. Easy for you. Easy for you to say. Easy for you.
What am I supposed to do to try to get through to you? Think I'm doing this just for fun? You think that you're the only one? I feel like throwing up my hands. I'm exhausted, you're thoughtless. I feel the same way. I want the same things.
Done this 1,000 times before. I know 1,000 times or more. Just to assure you. Easy for you to say when things don't go your own way. Saying you don't wanna stay. Easy for you to say. I don't wanna waste a day with the same song on replay. I'm sure that there's another way. Easy for you to say. 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 Easy for you to say when things don't go your own way. Saying you don't wanna stay. Easy for you to say. I don't wanna waste a day with the same song on replay. I'm sure that there's another way. Easy for you to say. 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 I said it's easy. Easy for you to say. Easy for you to say.
Gosinja uli die sombran zelten meg et zu te saluda antes diu niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo in memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko nobody.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matuno nyagitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big is last and Paraiona, Parai Gloria, Abiba Islas El Para, Toru y Tempo y Paz, Paraíta, Zanginilana bendition. Contra peligro, navas sofuam, Zeus proteis landon. Contra peligro, navas sofuam, Zeus proteis landon.
Surprise you with your favorite things. Dance with me by the ocean under the moonlight, 'cause I'm loving how it shines on you as the sweet, sweet scent of your perfume just takes me away to a land of peace near the sea of love. near the gardens of nature in the heavens above. And I know it's real, more than a dream, when you're alone with me and just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Oh, ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. I bet you're tasting like coconut candy. Oh honey, may I take a bite in this love story? Let your dunkaloo the gun move shake with no worry. And tomorrow we been doing it all over again. I bet you're tasting like coconat candy. Oh honey, may I take a bite in this love story? Let your dunkaloo the gun move shake with no worry. And tomorrow we be doing it all over again. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Sing, ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah 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 yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And tomorrow we be doing
Happy Monday.
That's starting the week off the right
That's
way.
how you do it. Just like that.
That's how you say good morning after much football.
Right. Good morning.
3 games yesterday, 3 today, 1 big one tomorrow.
There you go, Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen. This is the link of the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers here on this Monday, January 11th, the year of our Lord 2021.
I've got one from Richmond, Virginia. Michael Owens Sr. saying, God bless from the Owens family in Richmond.
How about my Denancy fam here? Bev, Tess, Jay, Solis, Buenas and Off a Day, Familia and KUAM. Tina Red writes in, Zus Pertehina Isla Guam. Christina Hoko, good morning, KUAM, the link at Off a Day, Guam, and CNMI. Wow, Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, Debbie Davis, our good friend, is normally in Bardstown, Kentucky, but she said she's joining us from Louisville. This morning. From Texas Roadhouse, eating a juicy sirloin. Man.
Wow.
That would be nice right now. I have no problem with steak for breakfast.
Not a problem at all. I like dinner for breakfast. Sometimes I go crazy, eat breakfast for dinner.
Okay, wait. Let me go around the room, right? Are you guys, when you guys really get down with steak, right? Are you the cut as you go, or do you cut it all into pieces and then eat?
It depends. Yeah.
So Joe Sir said cut as you go?
Usually you would cut as you go for like an individual.
You cut as you go? Okay, me too. I can't just like sit there and organize.
But when you got kids, you got to pre-cut.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yep. Pre-cut and then maybe put a little butter, garlic in that. Yep.
Not me, man. I'm just drown that thing in A1 and then I'm
That's it, huh? No Finadeni on your table, Jay?
Nah, just A1, man.
There you go. He's an A1 kind of guy. Casey, masterpiece.
What about you, Bree?
What?
How do you eat steak? Like,
She eats it well
do you
done.
pour stuff on top of it, or do you dip it into like a little cup of sauce?
It just depends if I'm in the mood. Sometimes
infinity, sometimes A1.
How about Worcestershire?
Just straight up. Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
No, don't do the Worcestershire.
I'm a dipper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I dip as I go. Yep. Good morning, Anita Materney, Blas McHale, Roadrunners in the house. Bev Test, Jay Solis. Beautiful morning here at Today's Road, Jay. Chalanpago.
Very nice. Thank you.
Milan Trinidad, GMI Essential in the house. Good morning. What is GMI Essential? We were wondering.
I know GMI, or maybe they meant GMH. Maybe it was a typo. I don't know. But GMI, GMH, we wish you a very good morning.
From one essential to another. Good morning.
Vicente and Joanna Torres. Good morning, Guahan. Half a day from Hanford, California. I don't know where Hanford is.
I don't know where Hanford is either.
Is Hanford?
Hanford.
All I know is I ordered a couple T-shirts, and now they're stuck in Richmond, California. Not Richmond, Virginia.
Everybody in Guam knows where Richmond is.
Yeah, not where Michael is, but not the other Richmond. And there are at least 2 of my shirts there. So.
Nestor Quintanilla writes in half a day. Good morning, Chris, Jason, and Sabrina. Biba Guam. Biba!
Milan Trinidad is saying that's Gumamami.
Oh,
GMI.
Nice.
Okay, half a day Gumamami.
Definitely essential.
Yeah. Thank you for what you guys do.
What else we got here? Vicente Joanna Torres. Good morning, Guahan. Yep, Hanford, California. Good morning, Tony D'Angelo.
Hey, Tony.
Gumamami, yes, 624.
Okay, wait. Can I just?
Yes, you can.
Can I open with something? Okay, speaking of like shipping and everything like that, I don't know if you guys saw some of the posts I had on social media this weekend.
I saw you do some video in front of the cassette tapes.
Not
back
that
there.
one. That was just to make people laugh. And Sabrina eye roll, right? But I came in here on Saturday, right? Because I was expecting a package, right? So it wasn't here in the morning. So I went home, had some lunch, did some housework. Came back in the afternoon, and I was like, oh, the packages are here, right? I walked over, and this is on my Facebook page, and I was like, okay, here's the packages and everything. One of our coworkers had actually ordered 2 tires from Amazon, and they shipped it.
Whoa.
Tires.
Wow.
Whoa.
And rims. The rims weren't here, but it's.
How about sounds?
No, did you guys even know they can
Might as
ship
well just
tires?
order a whole car.
That's the next step. No, did you guys know that you can order tires from Amazon? I did not. I mean,
I didn't know that.
You ever heard that old Johnny Cash song, One Piece at a Time? This is totally random, but he's working in this car factory, and so over the years he steals little parts to build a car. And they ask him what year is it? He's like, oh, it's a 59, 60, 61, 62, 60, because he stole all the parts over. Anyway, that was totally random.
Well, no, but I had no idea you can actually purchase, have shipped, and receive tires. Automobile tires. That is awesome.
It's 2021, bro. You can order anything.
Okay, well,
you can mail order a bride.
There you go, and many people have. Our friend Shangu Mataltau, former resident of Bakersfield, California, is giving us a geography lesson. He goes, hey, guys, good morning from Talafofo, where he is now. But he goes, Hanford is in Central Cali near Fresno.
Right. Not to be confused
Fresno,
with...
good football team.
Where's that? Is it Connecticut? Oh, that's Hartford.
That's Hartford.
Right.
Yeah.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you guys noticed, but someone got their hair did.
Yay.
Yeah, day. Can we get the Sabrina shot?
It's all
The Sabrina shot.
Okay, now is that
Sabrina cam.
Did you actually straighten it too, or is it like you know what I'm all about, like the 80s crimping?
Yeah.
But that looks very, very lovely. You look
good
very
job,
nice
Bree. That looks amazing.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
How long does it take to do that? Because you got it straightened and colored, right?
No, I straightened it myself. With the blow dryer.
Mm-hmm. How long does it take to color?
About an hour.
Wow.
You know those movies where like the ladies on the run or they're on the run and they dye their hair super fast? Like Sabrina's such an expert.
Oh, like
she's quicker than them.
Like the Bourne Identity?
Right, yeah.
When that girl from Run Lola Run actually just she colored her hair brunette in the shower.
Okay. Bree, good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
How was your weekend?
It was good.
Yeah? What'd you do this weekend?
I slept.
Nice.
I went to a birthday party outdoors.
Wow.
Can we share that story? Because that is hilarious. You must tell that. Not the actual party, but what you did leading up to the party, please.
Yep. So Sabrina got her, what was it, your niece something for her birthday?
I thought it was a playpen.
Which is a great gift.
A portable playpen. Thought it was nice. When I went to the store, it was where the baby section is and the toys, and I was like, oh gosh, this is gonna be so cool. Portable playpen. You can go to the beach, you can go to the ranch, just pop it open, and you're good to go. And then when I got home, I started looking at it a little bit closer, and it was actually for dogs.
Nice. Wow.
It's for the puppy.
So
Okay,
What are you
can I
trying to
ju-
say about your niece?
Can,
yeah,
can I
so
just
anyway,
ask,
I kept it because I do have 2 little baby
Yeah.
dogs.
Can I
Sabrina's
just
a
ask
little dog
something?
person.
and I'm asking this as a friend, as a colleague, and as a concerned journalist. How stupid did you feel when you brought it home and you said, "This isn't even the right
This for the dog.
species"?
Man, that's for the dog.
Yeah.
Please
I
for the
felt
dog.
stupid, but then, I could still use it, so I kept it.
You have to pre-mix it,
and-
right?
Yeah.
Make it work.
Brie mix. So what'd you end up getting for your niece as
Yeah.
a last minute replacement?
Something for like a little mermaid pillow kind of thing.
Okay.
I actually bought 2 gifts. It's like, oh, this little mermaid pillow will go well in the playpen.
In the playpen, right? When they throw her in there with the dog.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, I never saw like a little water bowl for toddlers. It was like that kind of cued me in. There we
Anita
go.
Materni Blasmikel says your hair is beautiful.
Thank you.
Bevtest J. Solis. The Catholics' favorite team, the Saints. Let's go Saints.
Yeah, the Saints actually played the Bears. They are hosting the Bears right here on KUMTV 11 at 7:40 a.m. You can watch that on Channel 11. Saints and the Monsters of the Midway. That's a good one.
Also, Emma Fernando Olalia writes, good morning, Chris Cave. Good morning, everyone. Milan Trinidad, sleep is good for healthy mental well-being.
Yes.
Sabrina, you look wonderful.
Oh.
Right on. 6:29, of course, big, huge show for you guys today, this morning. We'll check in with work week weather with Landon Eilert from the National Weather Service. Also, the Guam Ethics Commission, still not up and running, and we'll talk to Shannon Murphy from the Ethics Commission and find out what the holdup is as we approach it. I think 2 years or something crazy like that. I know there was some news about them opening up at the old legislature building, but that was pre-pandemic. And so we'll definitely catch up with Shannon this morning. Also, the mayor of Inaraha, new mayor, TC Mayor Tony Chargaloff, who they had the vaccination clinic down south in Inaraha on Saturday. And so we'll catch up with the mayor down there and find out how that went, if it could have been smoother or not, and also his plans for the village. And then a guy who was in the news Friday, a new hire over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Dr. Felix Cabrera. And he's coming on this morning at 7:30 to kind of talk about, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to ask him about his $268,000 salary. Why did you guys quiet?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Amen. And so Dr. Cabrera coming on to talk about that. And then his plans for the Department of Public Health is he is going to, is he taking over Dr. Jana Maglotnia's position?
He'll be taking over her position, but according to the media release that came out Saturday morning, he'll also have extra duties and responsibilities. What those are, he can answer.
But key here, in his contract, it says that he's not going to be working more than 40 hours a week. So whatever extra duties he's going to be doing over there at DPHSS, as long as it's not over 40 hours a week. So we'll definitely talk about that. Is it worth your tax-paying dollars? Well, a lot of people seem to think so, and I'm pretty sure Dr. Cabrera is one of them. And so thank you for coming on. 8:05, we'll break bread with Catherine Castro of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. We're also getting JQ, John Canata from the airport. What's he talking about?
It's airport week.
Oh,
Hey.
ooh, hey.
Yeah.
You know, I've always said, like, I've thrown out like this hypothetical question to, like, you know, those of us that work in like the newsroom a bunch of times over the years, and I was like, if you were going to go to one of the GovGuam agencies and like just work there for a week, either, again, theoretically, if you were going to run the agency or if you were just going to like work there and like see what it would be like, mine has always been like the airport. The airports have always fascinated me. Just the whole transportation thing and everything like that. It's a very wildly, lots of moving parts and everything like that. So I'm interested to see what JQ has to say about it.
Yeah, and then we'll get Ken Lujan of the Small Business Administration. They've got some things going on.
Right. He'll be talking about the PPP and the EIDL and how small businesses can still apply. So, we are trying to recover
Mhm.
our economy. And so it's good to bring him in just to let our businesses know what they can do and what programs are available.
Right, and then also it's good to talk to him and find out who's been availing of these different programs and how many small businesses out there are struggling and how many are ready to make a big recovery in 2021. Also, Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator, is flying off to Taiwan around lunchtime today. So we're supposed to get either Bill Cando from GMH or Dr. Andy Bordalio to come on. I know it's been a minute since we talked to the hospital, or at least have they been coming on?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
They have been.
Well, yeah, we had her a couple of times. And
Okay.
then also in our Cover Me segment,
Yes.
I know a lot of you were actually, Nestor Quintanilla's become a top fan real quick because he's always posting, engaging, and interacting with the Link fam in the comments and everything.
Link
like that.
fam!
Yeah, and we featured his daughter Jada's because she's won a very prestigious.
Oh, he's interacting with the Link fam.
Is that really how my voice sounds?
No,
No.
it's not.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sounds more like this.
I got to give you a hard time because
Now
when
I'm
I was
self-conscious.
No, it's okay. Hello, everybody loves your voice. Because when I was on leave, someone came up to me. They're like, "Hey, well, you're on leave, blah blah blah." Hurry, come back, and they're like, "Yeah, but you know what? They're really nice to Jason."
No one's beating me up anymore.
So I got to give you a hard time.
So we've actually got Jada's single because we played a snippet of it when Vic was here. He played it, and everybody, we were all doing the head bopping thing, and we all
Yeah.
agreed. So we're gonna play her track.
We were doing the head bopping thing. I tell you, boy.
Yeah.
We were just bopping our heads.
So
Slaying.
it's a Chamarita in South Carolina doing great things and trying to get her music career off to a roaring start. So we're gonna support her, and we are gonna play one of her songs for you coming up later in the show.
All right, it's Monday, the 11th day of January, 2021, 6:34. Let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Solis-Mantanani.
Half a day, everybody. Since Friday night, Guam has recorded a total of 26 new cases of COVID-19 out of 597 samples. This brings Guam's COVID case count to 7,412 officially reported cases since March of last year. There have been 124 deaths with 142 active cases, a little over 7,100 recoveries. As of Sunday, there were 11 COVID admissions in island hospitals with 4 in ICU and 3 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 1.3. Public Health announces it will resume vaccination clinics starting tomorrow, January 12th and 13th. Public Health will issue tickets for vaccinations to the first 500 individuals per day under Phase 1C, or those who are 60 years and older who will be receiving dose 1 of the COVID-19 vaccination. Public Health reminds these individuals to be present in their vehicles to receive tickets. For the safety of the community, walk-ins will not be accepted. The shots are on a first-come, first-served basis and begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at Ukadu High School only. Please bring a photo ID. A total of 10,014 residents have been vaccinated so far. And as a reminder, if you are getting the vaccine, you must not be currently infected with COVID or previously exposed within the last 2 weeks. You also must not have received any other vaccine, such as the flu shot, in the last 14 days. Again, another vaccination clinic will be held tomorrow, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning as well as on Wednesday. Dr. Felix Cabrera has been hired as the Department of Public Health's Chief Medical Officer. KUAM reported on Friday afternoon that Dr. Cabrera was hired on a 2-year employment contract for $268,000 a year. He is a member of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group and created the formula behind the COVID Area Risk Score. The CAR score accounts for the incidence of new cases, how well current testing identifies these cases, and the rate of spread. According to Public Health Director Art San Agustin, Dr. Cabrera has been instrumental in leading the fight against COVID, from advising the governor based on scientific evidence to analyzing data to being at the front lines of the pandemic. We welcome Dr. Cabrera's knowledge and medical expertise as he joins our team in our response to the COVID-19 crisis. According to Public Health spokesperson Janela Carrera, he will function similar to a medical director. Dr. Jana Menglotnya previously served as Public Health Medical Director but retired in September last year. Carrera says Dr. Cabrera will not only function similar to a medical director, but will also be working closely with other divisions within the agency outside the realm of medical director. According to Dr. Cabrera's 2-year employment contract, he cannot work more than 40 hours per week. He is entitled to all fringe benefits, including retirement annual sick administrative leave and health insurance. Dr. Cabrera will be leaving his full-time position at GRMC, where he served as an internal medicine director, but will maintain his hospital privileges. The U.S. Supreme Court has accepted Guam's case that seeks to hold the U.S. Navy accountable for their share of dumping toxic waste at Ordot Dump. AG Levin Camacho comments this shows that the issues are significant locally and nationally, and we look forward to presenting our arguments to the court. The U.S. Supreme Court accepts less than 1% of the cases they are asked to review, or only about 70 cases out of the 7,000 to 8,000 petitions filed each term. Guam and the United States will now submit briefs on the merits of the case. Oral arguments are likely to take place in April. It was in 2017 Guam sued the U.S. Navy as a potential responsible party, requesting they be held liable for remedial action under Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, or CERCLA. Corrupt police officers and public officials, just a part of the testimony from a confidential informant working undercover for the FBI during the ongoing sentencing hearing for former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Bloss. Adriana Cotero has more in this report.
The final portion of Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Zambataro's direct examination on confidential informant Brenda Kinian detailed public and police officials' corruption and involvement with drugs on Guam. Zambataro questioned Kinian regarding an uncontrolled meeting that occurred at the doorsteps of her home. Allegedly, a Guam Police Department officer approached Kinian and threatened her. Kinian testified, "He told me not to get the mayor in trouble because he is from Guam and I am not from this island. I felt like I was not safe." Kinian immediately reported the January 2019 incident to the feds, and they moved her off island. Kinian is currently under FBI protection. Defense counsel Joseph Rosano objected to the testimony, arguing that it should be stricken from the record because it's not related to the offense his client pled guilty to. The government refuted the testimony represents the state of affairs in both Jotnya and the entire island, stating, quote, "The mayor's power and influence in Jotnya, the police are on his side," unquote. The court ultimately sided with the defense. However, the prior controlled phone calls and arrangement meetings between former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Bloss and Kinian that were played back were permitted by the court to remain on record. The 2-day-long testimony detailed the drug-related bribes Bloss pled guilty to. In September 2019, he was taken into custody for permitting drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for a profit. He pled guilty to 1 count of extortion and faces a maximum imprisonment term of 20 years. Kinian posed as a drug trafficker from November 2018 to January 2019. The conversations between Bloss and Kinian include discussions regarding the drugs ice, cocaine, and crack to come in from the states in Jotnya mailboxes. On November 18, 2018, Bloss made an agreement with Kinian, who was undercover for the feds, to have a mailbox in exchange for money. Kinian testified that in one instance, Bloss told her that to open a second mailbox, it would cost $15,000. And in another instance, he told her he won't reopen the mailbox unless she gave him $8,000. Attorney Rosano's cross-examination on Kinian will begin on Tuesday, January 12th at 10:30 a.m. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Units from the Guam Fire Department responded to a distressed swimmer at Maritzo Pier just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. According to GFD spokesperson Kevin Riley, the reporting party indicated that bystanders pulled the man, possibly mid-30s to 40s, from the water after he fell off a jet ski. CPR was conducted on the man at scene and en route to Naval Hospital Guam. His condition is not known at this time. The Guam Police Department seeking the public's assistance in locating 18-year-old Kopik Chutaro, also known as Osama. He is wanted for questioning regarding an aggravated assault complaint in Tamuning. Kopik is considered dangerous and should not be approached. Anyone with information as to his whereabouts is encouraged to call GPD dispatch at 472-8911. Tips can also be submitted anonymously through the Guam Crime Stoppers website. It is guam.crimestoppersweb.com. A cash reward of up to $1,000 could be paid if the information provided leads to an arrest and a grand jury indictment. There's yet another proposal to make the Guam legislature a part-time body. A group of Republican senators has introduced a bill to place the question before voters in the 2022 general election. They say a part-time body would attract a broader range of candidates who could serve the public without giving up their full-time jobs. Nestor Lecanto reports.
It's dubbed the Citizens Legislative Reform Act of 2021 and is patterned after the part-time legislatures now active in 40 of the 50 states. Co-sponsor Senator Chris Duenas.
This has been tried no less than 5 times with a bill to be introduced in the legislature for a part-time legislature.
Under the bill, senators would meet twice a year in 2 30-day sessions. Lawmakers' salaries would be converted to stipends of just $100 a day for each day of session. Sponsors say it would save taxpayers some money, but the bill also creates a Legislative Service and Research Bureau to replace central operations. Classified employees would be hired, and unclassified staff for individual senators will also be allowed. Meanwhile, in its findings and intent, the bill also acknowledges past criticism of part-time bodies. It reduces the checks and balances, it limits the access of constituents, and it would be more easily controlled by big business and the wealthy. Duenas acknowledges a lot of discussion will still be needed.
Senator Moylan, Senator Brown, Senator Ada, and myself, came to the conclusion that it may be time to pass this along and have a referendum. And the thing is don't do that, 8 months before an election where it's disruptive and can come across as being political. Do it day one so that we can have a 2-year conversation about this issue and give the people an opportunity to express their views.
The last major change in the makeup of the legislative body came in 1996. That's when the number of senators was reduced from the 21 members authorized by the Organic Act to the current 15. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Guam, led by Director General Paul Chen, in coordination with the government of Guam, will conduct their joint humanitarian and medical mission charter flight to Taiwan through China Airlines today. At least 50 passengers, including island residents who were unable to seek off-island treatment because of the COVID crisis and canceled direct flights, will be flown to Taiwan. Additionally, the flight includes Taiwan citizens who were working on Guam and Saipan and have lost their jobs due to the COVID situation, as such intend to return to their homeland. The flight is scheduled to depart Guam at 3:30 this afternoon. Exercise Sea Dragon 2021 kicks off next week. This is an annual multinational exercise hosting military participants from Australia, Canada, India, Japan, and deployed U.S. Navy aircraft squadrons. All exercise participants are carefully adhering to a number of COVID-19 mitigation efforts to protect Guam's civilian and military communities. Prior to arrival, all of them are required to enter a 14-day restriction of movement sequester, that's ROM-S, in their home country in order to insulate and protect themselves from potential infection within their country. Prior to exiting ROM-S and at most 72 hours before arriving to Guam, they must receive a negative COVID-19 PCR test. Service members then, when they arrive in support of Sea Dragon 2021, are scheduled to temporarily reside in local hotels. Upon arrival, exercise participants will be placed into a supplemental ROM status for 14 additional days. This supplemental ROM will only allow participants to travel to and from their on-base workplace and their off-base lodging, as well as restricted movements once on base. Off-base activities are prohibited for all exercise participants. This restriction will be strictly enforced and is for the health and safety of both the local community as well as the service members involved in the exercise. GDOE will be participating in a virtual information briefing tomorrow afternoon. Superintendent John Fernandez will be providing information on face-to-face learning, vaccination of educators and support staff, an update on distance learning, status of unaccounted students and home visitation, and interscholastic sports planning, as well as an update on special education programs. The virtual hearing on the legislature's website is scheduled for 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and other House Democrats are laying plans for impeaching President Trump again after his supporters violently stormed the U.S. Capitol last week following his incendiary speech. Tom Hansen reports from New York.
A senior law enforcement official tells CBS News investigators are exploring why some individuals at the Capitol riot had weapons and zip ties that can function as plastic handcuffs. The Justice Department continues to pursue charges in connection with Wednesday's assault. That includes Adam Johnson of Florida, allegedly seen carrying House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern during the rampage, and Jacob Anthony Chansley, believed to be this shirtless man wearing horns, a bearskin headdress, and face paint, was also arrested. With less than 2 weeks before President Trump leaves the White House, congressional Democrats are preparing to bring articles of impeachment against him as early as Monday.
It was an act of sedition that was incited and encouraged by Donald Trump.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke to Leslie Stahl for this Sunday's 60 Minutes.
Well, sadly, the person who's running the executive branch is a deranged, unhinged, dangerous President of the United States.
The draft article of impeachment, incitement of insurrection, alleges President Trump's conduct on Wednesday gravely endangered the security of the United States. He would be the first president to be impeached twice.
Hello, Patriots!
On Saturday, some heavily armed President Trump supporters gathered in Minneapolis for a Stop the Steal protest.
We want Donald Trump to resign!
While anti-Trump demonstrators rallied in front of Chicago's Trump Tower, in New York's Times Square, and in a handful of other cities. Tom Hansen, CBS News, New York.
And we now head into the Zoom room to the National Weather Service, where we bring in Landon Idolette with your work week weather forecast. Good morning.
Good morning. It's another work week ahead of us, and it doesn't look too bad out there for us. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing pretty good, other than it's another work week, but, you know.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I was just looking at the video when you're talking about the events in Washington and seeing all that snow. It's like, I really missed the snow this time of year.
It was hot this weekend.
It was very hot this weekend, but, you know, I'm actually supposed to be in New Orleans this week. I was supposed to have flown over there on Friday and Saturday for a week-long conference. But it's all virtual. So I'm here on Guam, and I'll be working overnight all this week attending that conference virtually. So that's the only downside that I have as far as what's going on this week for me. But weather-wise, we're not that bad off. And so let me flip the camera around, and we're going to try something new today. Jason's going to be running some slides for me, and you are set. Good. So let me talk about some of the headlines going on out there today. The beach hazard statement that we had for the man of war for the last week or so, that was canceled this morning because we've had no reports about the man of war persisting along the beaches here. However, we can still see those in the coming days, especially as the moderate to fresh trade winds continue across the region. So if you see those on the beach, please let us know. Send us photos, a text message on our Facebook page. Let us know that you're seeing those and where they're being found. The rip current risk, that has been high through the weekend. That has dropped to moderate, but we could see a high risk of rip currents again by midweek as the trade wind swell builds. Across Micronesia, that's where the action is right now. High surf advisory at all locations from the Marshall Islands to Palau with strong trade winds. There is a special weather statement out for Madro for near gale force winds. I'll be showing you those shortly. Small craft advisory for Madro, Koshrai, Pohnpei, and Chuuk. Minor inundation is possible because of the large seas and the high winds. And then we also continue our drought information statement for Kapinga, Maringi, and Pohnpei, where it's very, very dry down there. Next slide, Jason.
Yep.
This is the Facebook post from a few days ago, January 8th. Brandon, my brother, posted this on Shift, and that's showing the strong winds across the eastern Micronesia. We'll see a little bit of that, but not to the extent that they're seeing across Micronesia. And the next slide, this is the polar orbiting satellite showing those winds this morning over the Mariana Islands. If you look up to our northwest, the upper left corner, you see those yellows and the reds. Those are the strong winds just behind a stationary cold front that sits well northwest of our area. That will not make it down to the Mariana Islands. That's going to stay to our north, eventually stall out and lose its characteristics. So that's going to stay away from our area, but we're going to see a little bit of a uptick in north swell in the coming days as a result of those stronger winds. Next slide, that shows the broader picture from the Philippines all the way to the dateline. And if you look towards the dateline all the way to the east, that's where all those strong winds are situated across the Marshall Islands. You have Kwajalein over there on the east, and then the yellows and reds, that's approaching the dateline. Those winds are beginning to subside just a little bit. So we're going to see that special weather statement likely expire later today. Next slide, the current conditions. We are sitting right about 10 miles per hour east winds across Guam and the CNMI. Current temperature 79 degrees. And of course, it's going to climb. It's going to be another warm, muggy day for us as the trade winds have subsided a little bit across the region. The rainfall, we're a little bit below normal for this time of year. We had a trace of rain yesterday. The record for the day for yesterday was 1.35 inches set in 2002. Month to date, we are at 1.25 inch, and we're again just a little bit below rainfall. Down in Micronesia again, that's where all the action's taking place. They've had over a foot of rain at both Kosrae and Pohnpei so far this month. So they are the big winners when it comes to rainfall. They've had some problems out there with the winds, the rains, and some trees coming down. I've seen photos from one of my friends at the College of Micronesia in Pohnpei last week. So they're having some heavy weather. Next slide, this is the ongoing drought situation. This is issued by the USDM, US Drought Monitor. This is on January 7th. Most locations are wet, but we are starting to dry across the region. We were able to spot a couple of wildfires in southern Guam over the last several days. Of course, man-made wildfires. And we're going to see these trends continue as the rains stay minimal across the region as we are in dry season. So as we proceed through dry season, our fire danger will gradually increase. So please, please, please do not go out there setting any fires. And if you have any fires burning, whether it's debris or you're cooking, watch it closely, especially on the windy days. And down there to the south, Kaping and Marangi, they remain in exceptional drought where they have problems, but rainfalls are gradually increasing across there, giving some minimal relief. Next slide, the sea conditions. We're looking at combined seas of 6 to 8 feet. That's a component of the east swell at 6 feet and northwest swell at 3 feet. There was a beautiful long period northwest swell yesterday seen across Tengisan and Tumon Bay areas. We're going to see that continue at least through today. Looking through the charts, not much change in the week ahead as the trade wind swell will dominate, but of course we could see a little uptick by midweek. That's going to bring our rip risk up just a little bit to high rip risk. And then in the tropics on the last slide, no tropical weather action going on right now. And finally, the last slide, you were talking about steak earlier. Do you want it all chopped or do you want it chopped by the slice? Well,
wow.
You know, as long as it's available, that's all that matters. This is one of my favorites. This is Japanese Hamburg steak.
Right.
My God, since the first trip I took to Japan, I fell in love with hamburger steaks, and they do it well. So
they do it the best.
You can come over. Yeah, you can come over to my camera now, Jason. I'm going to show you just a loop over there on my computer now. This is the water vapor showing that abundant dry area across the Mariana Islands. Again, that's the yellows up here, and then wedging down over the Mariana Islands. But the moist weather, the showers and thunderstorms, they persist across eastern Micronesia, Chuuk, Pohnpei, Kosrae, and then just south of Madro. Kapinga, right there, just south of all the heavy rains. This is where they really need it. And then in the infrared, that frontal boundary sits up here to our northwest. And again, that's not going to make it down to the Mariana Islands, so no concerns for that for us. And that's all I got.
Randy, you are the second person so far on the show today to tease us and dare I say torture us with steak.
You know, you got my wheels spinning as I was making my slides this morning, and I was like, my God, I want some steak so bad right now. You know, as soon as we can travel, I will probably hop a plane, go up to Japan for a weekend, grab a steak, and come back.
It's a long way to go for a hamburger patty.
After a year of being grounded, I'll be ready to travel.
Yeah, everyone's got itchy feet.
A short weekend.
Right on, Landon. Thanks.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Be safe. 6:56 on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9 or KUAM FM and Agotni, Guam. Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, is coming up this morning. Burger King, where chicken fries are back in town. We're coming back with the Guam Ethics Commission next on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
It's back. Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Mention for our Congressman Michael St. Nicholas. They did a whole write-up on the House Ethics Committee and how it works and what it takes to get something referred to it. And they had a little note here. One matter to look out for is the Ethics Committee's investigation into whether Guam Delegate Michael St. Nicholas had an improper sexual relationship with a staffer in his congressional office and accepted excessive campaign contributions, among other allegations of impropriety. The committee in 2020 impaneled an investigative subcommittee into the allegations surrounding our congressman following a referral by the Office of Congressional Ethics. So there's your update on that. It's 7 o'clock. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Yeah, yeah, you are. I hope so.
Okay, one quick thing, and hopefully there's no dispute about this, because this is actually a fact. It is a dear friend of ours, her birthday today, frequent Link contributor and guest, Muñeca de Oro.
All right, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Muñeca. And I believe she's still up in the CNMI, right? She's been posting a lot on Facebook.
Tinian?
Is she in Tinian?
I don't know, I'm asking.
I know she's in the NMI somewhere. So happy birthday, Muñeca. We hope you have a good one.
7 o'clock, let's bring in the KUAM News Zoom room, Shannon Murphy. She's the chairwoman of the board of the Guam Ethics Commission. Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning. Half a day.
So we wanted to bring you on just to kind of get an update, because when I did a Google over the weekend, I saw the last story we did on the Ethics Commission was in July of last year, and I know that you guys had some issues with your budget and all that stuff, but long story short, still waiting for the Guam Ethics Commission to get up and running. So what's the latest update with that, Shannon?
Well, so this fiscal year, we got some financing, not as much as what we were expecting, but given the situation, this is what we got. So we decided to try and make that work. And so the first thing we have to do is hire a couple of employees to do the work. And then, the next thing is to find an office space and create our website and all that. But so we got just last week, we were able to hire a woman to be the administrative assistant. And now we've been advertising for the last 2 weeks for a executive director, and we have some applications. That the application opening will be closed on January 15th, and then we'll interview and hire somebody. So after that, then those two will actually be working on it full time. We're just, the commission board is supposed to make decisions and stuff, not actually do the work of setting up the office. So these two people will start that. That's where we are.
Okay, so when do you think would be the soonest that people can make? And then how does it work if people are going to make complaints about any kind of ethical issues that are going on with the government of Guam?
So the things that we have to do before we actually start taking complaints is first we want to simultaneously we're going to be working on the SOPs, because right now we don't even know if something happened you think is unethical from 5 years ago, could you complain, or is it only current things that are happening? I mean, there's a lot to decide on and set up, and also is there a way that bigger issues move to the front of the line, or there's just a lot of things to set up. But so we'll be working on that. We need to develop a public education campaign so that the people know what is acceptable and not. I mean, there is already ethics training going on with the government of Guam, so that shouldn't take very long. And then the third thing is I really want to do is create a really good website so that you can just go online to the website. This is how all the other ethics commissions in the states are doing it, and the federal government. You go in there and you can read what the rules are, and if you think something is wrong, then you click on that particular thing, and then there'll be a form that you fill out and submit. And then from there, we would get it and then do the investigation. And then it comes to the board. We would have a meeting and decide what to do. I mean, it could be anything from writing a letter to your boss, to a fine, to being fired. But these are not illegal things. They're just unethical. So that's what we're looking at setting up. And I'm hoping it'll be done by June, but that's
I think I heard that one before, Shannon.
But we didn't get funding last year.
Yeah,
we were supposed to, we never got any.
And let me just say, it really looks like this is just clearly not a priority for this administration at all. I mean, if it was, I think that we'd be having a whole different conversation now. So how would you, and are you, is that your position to respond to that kind of commentary going on in the community?
I disagree. I mean, this Ethics Commission was on the books from since the 90s, and nobody ever set it up. So finally, Governor Liu is doing it, and so it's just it's not that easy to set up a new agency or commission. It takes time and money. So we just didn't have the money last year. By the time we went into play, it was that they already had passed the budget, so they tried to get some money from another lapsed funds, and it never came through. And then we had the pandemic, which kind of disrupted everything for everybody, right? So now we got it, and we're moving forward. It's happening. So let's just focus on that, okay?
What happened to plans to open up the Ethics Commission office at the old Guam legislature? Is that still happening?
No. It was given to a different agency. I think, I'm not sure who, public health possibly. Remember when they had to close their building in Ningilo, and then everybody was spread all over the place? I don't really know, but I was told, no, I'm sorry, we've rescinded that offer. So we have to find another space. And, just to rent an office space, it's not like in the public sector where you just go out and find one and rent it. But you have to go through GSA, and it takes a little longer, but I'm hopeful it'll happen in a few months. Otherwise, we can work from home to get started.
Mm-hmm. Is this where the administrative assistant is working? She's teleworking?
Yeah. She was working at Department of Labor in the PUA program, where they're, but it's, that's just, it was a short-term job for her. So she's still, we have different people that Lou has given us to help us figure things out, like how to get set up and, with the payroll and how to use GSA and all that. So we've got good help, and we're grateful for that. So
can people still apply for the executive director position?
Yes, up until January 15th.
What are you looking for in an applicant to that position, Shannon?
I'm looking for a management kind of a person, somebody who has like 5 years experience, preferably definitely a BA, but even a master's degree would be good. Somebody, we want somebody who's recognized as a ethical person that would be a good leader for this. And so,
no prior convictions or anything like that.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. And someone who knows how to start things, because it's it's a special skill to actually start something up. Figure it out and get make a. And we're going to be there too. But it's just we all have other jobs and stuff, so we weren't really prepared to do the work ourselves. We're not getting paid. So we need somebody who's like, this is their full-time job to make this happen. And we're almost there. By the end of January, we will definitely have, I can say definitely, because nothing's definite in the future, right? Anyway, that's our plan, is by the end of January, we'll have
Who took your office away? I'm just saying, it's like you didn't get a budget, you had an office, now you don't got an office. No, I mean, it's...
No. Well, the one who was setting it up for us is Lester Carlson at BBMR. So I'm not sure. You'd have to ask him about it. All I asked him, about 6 months ago, I said, do we still have that office space? And he said, no, sorry, it was taken over by a different agency.
Oh, I love calling Lester Carlson. Got something to do this week.
What's the salary for the executive director?
It's like 70-some thousand. We didn't decide it. What we did was we drafted up the commission members. We drafted up the job description, and we sent it to DOA, and then their personnel department had meeting and decided, okay, with these kind of skills and this kind of responsibility, they would meet this executive salary. And then what I don't know. They have a whole like it's just like E to T and this and that and level one, so they told us, okay, this is what the person was going to, which was a little more than what I was expecting to pay, but it's not my decision. So it's okay. It'll work out.
Okay. So currently though, if somebody has some sort of ethics complaint, the commission is not accepting them?
No, we can't accept them until we're set up. Okay. I mean, it would be, yeah. But,
you know what you could do with that ethics complaint, people?
Call Chris and Bree.
Yeah. So we're the ethics commission for now, I guess. Well, Shannon, we just wanted to get you on and catch up and find out where you're at. It looks like we got some following up to do.
Okay, and then I'll let you guys know when we make our progress, okay?
Thank you.
Please.
Okay.
Okay, take care.
Take care.
710. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Yeah, clearly, I mean, not a priority. Well, and I only say that because there was a big to-do when they ran and when they were elected. I'm talking about Lou and Josh. There's a big to-do about we're going to restart the Ethics Commission. And, well, here we are.
I remember covering this, though, Ethics Commission years ago.
Yeah.
Because this law, I want to say, was authored by Senator Judy Guthertz.
Wow.
And so it has been, like Shannon said,
Kicked
has been on the
around
books for forever because, when a complaint is filed over at, let's say, the Guam Election Commission, it's supposed to go to the Guam Ethics Commission. But instead, when you don't file your financial disclosure reports, things like that, it goes to the Guam Ethics Commission. And I remember covering this story a long time ago because there were complaints that were filed. People didn't file their financial disclosure reports, and of course, I questioned whoever the director was. I want to say maybe Jerry Titano at the time or somebody prior to him. So what happens after this? They didn't file. They filed an extension. The extension has come and gone. Well, what happens? And it was, they're supposed to go to the Guam Ethics Commission. Okay, so who's on the Guam Ethics Commission? Oh, there isn't a Guam Ethics Commission. So then what happens? So nothing.
Exactly. And it's because our elected leaders, they don't want a Guam Ethics Commission impaneled. If they did, it would already be up and running. And it's clear whether, it's suffocating them, separating them from their budget or whatever, or, taking the office away. It's clear that they just don't want people to have the ability to complain, which I think is egregious because right now we have an attorney general who's shown that he's not willing to investigate this administration on anything. We have, a legislature that has shown, at least in the last term, that for the most part they're complicit and willing to run along whatever path Auntie Lou tells them to run along. So not having this body in place, I would say it's just almost criminal because it's depriving the people of Guam from a venue where we should be able to make these ethical complaints. And are there complaints to be made? Hell yes. Of course there are. Always.
I missed that part. Was there, did she say that it was funded for this, was it included in the budget?
She said that they got some money, but it wasn't as much as they wanted.
Oh, well, nobody got as much as they wanted.
I think Dr. Cabrera got as much as he wanted. And speaking of Dr. Cabrera, we're getting him on at 7:30. We'll find out, what he's going to be doing over at Public Health. That was kind of one of the big stories over the weekend. And so just glad that he's going to come on. I mean, he's never been one to shy away from confrontation or controversy. And we thank him for the opportunity. At 7:13, we'll take a quick break. We're coming back. Let's go down south. You guys want to take a southern stroll?
Yes.
All the way to the village of Inaron, where the mayor of that village is standing by in the KUAM News Zoom room. Again, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
story about why they did this song, but I just don't know if it's a true story or just something that's been, you know, how Guam is, start a rumor. I don't know what the truth is, but what I heard was like they got in trouble with the Inaran boys and they were going to get jumped unless they did a song about the village.
Maybe the mayor will know.
Maybe the mayor will know. You ever hear that story,
Mayor?
Mayor?
Heck of a way to barter out of getting jumped.
Mayor's like, no, Inaran boys, we don't do that kind of stuff. What? Yeah, let's get Mayor TC on here from the village of Inaraha and Mayor Tony Chargloff. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, and Jason. Good morning.
Good morning.
So have you ever heard anything about this song, Inaran from Kalapana? And
you know, Inaran has always been very tough individuals, but we've also been very kind and gentle in so many ways. So you really have to really screw up in order for us to take that type of action. But no, I don't think that's true, though. I just think they fell in love with our place. That's what.
Right on. There you go. That's the. There you go. Thank you for setting the record straight.
I will neither confirm nor deny.
That's what that sounded like, right? Mayor, so your village was pretty busy. What over the last week as they opened up the Inaran Public Health to kind of ease up on a lot of the vaccination clinic traffic. So just sit rep if you could situation report on how that was like in your village over the weekend.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, let me recognize the governor and lieutenant governor for giving the consideration and eventually approving the opening of the Inaran Public Health to avail the southern villagers for the opportunity to be vaccinated. And you know, so thanks to them, we were given that opportunity, and everyone seems to be taking full advantage of it. I also like to give a big shout out to our Yamatic Mayor Johnny Kanata and Molesto Mayor Ernest Chargloff. What had happened was on Thursday evening we had convened. I had met with the chief of police, chief of fire chief, folks from the governor's office, public health officials, and they had discussed the opening of public health. And so I had immediately reached out to them, knowing full well that we're going to need some support. So of course, Molesto and Watak Mayor immediately, I want to say acknowledged and was willing to allow for some of their staff to assist us here in Inaran with route control, traffic control, and what have you. They also provided dishes on the 2 days, Friday and Saturday. The mayors provided us dishes so that we were able to feed some of the folks that participated in this event. I also want to do a big shout out to John Lohan, whom I met throughout this whole process, and also Annabelle Estrada. They were very instrumental with public health, and also Grace Garces. Additionally, also Dr. K and Dr. Leon Guerrero were a big part of this, along with all the nurses. So a big shout out to them. The Guam Police Department also played a very intricate role in assisting with traffic control. The Guam Fire Department also assisted inside the observation room, providing any services should any side effects occur. So yes, it's been a great success, and I'm thankful that the people of the South were given this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to doing more. I was informed that this Thursday and Friday we will be doing the same vaccination offering again to the southern folks. So.
Oh, we were just going to ask if you had heard there was going to be another one. Mayor, is it going to be the same, or do you know already? Are they going to cut it off at 200? And how great do you think the need is for people to get vaccinated? And then also Saturday, were there a lot of people who were turned away?
Okay, so I guess that's a two-part question. But let me answer the latter. But there were people that were turned away. However, we do have a system down here. I want to say that we were highly recognized for having a very well orchestrated, organized setup. So the way it works basically is as you come in, you're given a vehicle number. We place that on your vehicle, so we know the order that you came in. Then we follow up and we actually give out your individual lineup as to how you are going to, in the order that you came in, you will be given. So how you may be vehicle number 1, but there's 4 of you. So we pass out individual numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's the order of the lineup that you're going to go get vaccinated. So when we were told that we were going to get 200 or 250, whatever I believe it was 200 initially, we bumped it up to 250. Once we hit that mark, we now handed it over to the Guam Police Department, and they were telling now the people that were in the line was, hey, we've maxed out at this point. It'll be probably better if we just went and drove away. And so it eliminated our frustration. It eliminated our waiting, especially for those already that we knew would not be able to be vaccinated on that day. So that's kind of how we ran that operation. And for the most part, I think a lot of people had good comments, positive remarks about the way we ran the operation down there.
Yeah, we got some videos, and it looked pretty tip-top, Mayor.
They look what?
It looked pretty tip-top, like it was running pretty smoothly.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they were pissed off. I wanted
No.
No one was peeing in the jungle or anything like that.
Oh, wow.
So how does it?
I understand that the whole process in itself can become very frustrating.
Yeah.
So we made sure that number one, we opened up the restrooms and made them available for the people that were waiting. We actually opened an adjacent building's restroom as well to make it try to be as accommodating as we can. We also, as we went around and passed out the numbers, we informed them about the opening of the restrooms, and we also informed them about coolers of water that were readily available. But we also went around every hour. We had the mayoral staff load up the cooler of water in the vehicles, and we went around through the parking lot and through the overflow areas. And we were constantly, letting them know that, hey, you're number 90, but we're working right now with the numbers like 21 to 40, for example. And so at least they were kept abreast. They had an idea of how things were flowing. And for the most part, some of them that were in the overflow areas that had they weren't able to see where the public health was. We would tell them, hey, we would gradually bring you guys over as the parking lot clears. And if we kept it in order the whole way through.
So how does it work? You get your ticket, because we heard people last week Friday, they, before it was even 9 o'clock, before the clinic opened, they had already reached their limit for 200, 250, because people had picked up their ticket. So do you pick up your ticket and you can go home and come back, or how does that work? Or you still have to wait in line?
Although you have an established ticket, we ask you to remain in your vehicles, only so that we can continue the order that came in, so that nothing gets, I understand that when people leave the lines, you're normally going to have people that are going to be confrontational and say, hey, that car left, I should be next, whatever. So to alleviate or eliminate any of that, we ask that they remain in their vehicles, and that, I think, worked very smoothly.
Okay, nice. So you still have to just wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Only because you're as you abandon your, as the saying goes, you move your feet. I mean, you move your feet, you lose your seat. So here's an opportunity, and if everybody else has to wait, then it's only fair that everybody else does the same. So.
Right. Okay. I think there's some notes that should be taken from the Southern hospitality and level of comfort that we provide for our Monomco in the South there. So I commend you and your staff for that, Mayor. It sounds like you guys were very, very involved in maintaining the line, which is something we didn't see up at Ukadu, because I went up and I've seen the cars, and I know it's a different situation because of the road there is very busy, but I like that you guys maintain and check on the Monomco in the line and make sure they're okay.
Yeah. If there's something that I probably would incorporate now, learning from what just happened the last two events, the one thing I think I would incorporate is that if you showed up and assumingly we've capped off at 250 and you now being the next vehicle, I think what we'll do just to kind of create a level of comfort that they do not have to go through the waiting period again is that after we reach 250, then the next vehicle would issue out your now vehicle number 1 for the next day, vehicle number 2 for the next day, and what have you. So as you show up, you just start parking in the order that we assigned you to. And I think it creates a little bit of fairness, because they're not going to have to wait. If they waited already 2 hours, 3 hours to be only told that we're capped off, at least give that consideration, making them now be vehicle number 1. And I think that in itself, that act there, I think would just minimize the kind of frustration moving forward, knowing the level of comfort that you will be guaranteed a slot the next following day.
Nice.
So they do park in the parking lot.
That's correct. And so if that was to happen and we issued out vehicle number 1 for the following day, our staff will be there. And as you show up, you're going to leave that number on your dashboard where we will be able to, where it's visible, and we'll just start slotting you in, and not in the order you arrive, but in the slots that are assigned. So.
Got it.
Also, what's it like being mayor now? What are some of the things that just wanted to catch up on that, Mayor? We haven't talked to you since. Well, I haven't talked to you since last year.
As I have said for past interviews that we've had, I've done this since 2017 in terms of trying to help the people.
Right.
It is very rewarding. I find it fulfilling, and we're doing this. The office is open at 5 every morning, and we close when business is done. There is no time limit. I mean, I'm willing to open up to 9 o'clock. Of course, that's in anticipation that the restrictions are lifted and the basketball courts are now open and the sports or the playgrounds are open. I'm willing to have staff wait up until 9 o'clock only to secure the lights and make sure that everyone is safe. But yes, at 5 o'clock every morning, this office is open. So that, in a nutshell, by 4:30, 4:45, we're ready to roll here.
I did have a couple of follow-up questions regarding vaccinations and whether or not homebound vaccinations have begun yet.
So at this point, we're collecting people that are homebound, or we're getting them registered at this point. Dr. K, the public health, had mentioned that once those names have been compiled, they will be putting together a scheduled date, and they will be going out and reaching out to those bedridden or homebound.
Okay, so no word yet on when that will begin.
No, that has not yet been clarified or confirmed.
Mm-hmm. What about, Mayor, you or your staff? Have they given any kind of indication on when you guys would be moved up the line to get vaccination, considering the fact that the mayors and the staff are out there actively helping with this effort?
Yes, so actually we were very fortunate enough at the end of everything, we were told that there were, I believe, like 4 still left. Vaccines are ready, so the 4 staff that I currently have and the maintenance were willing to do it, so they went ahead and did it. So thankfully, they got that opportunity.
That's awesome. So there were 4, and how are they?
Oh, they're doing good. They're great. They're here today. They're out and about doing business as usual. So no side effects, if that was a question.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't get vaccinated?
No, not just yet. I believe as a servant of the people, I'm going to allow the folks to go before me and let them get that first,
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about the Inarajan clinic just itself? Because, we heard a couple months ago that it was going to reopen. Is it open yet, or was it only open for the vaccination clinic?
No, so it is my understanding that there was the full intent to open up the services there. I believe somewhere January 21st is what I found out. So thankfully, the public health actually was already in the process of disinfecting and cleaning the area, prepping it up for opening January 21st, if I'm not mistaken. So we were very fortunate that that it was clean and ready and what have you. So it was an easy thing for, I guess, the governor and lieutenant governor to make that decision.
Okay, so that's the targeted open, January 21st, and again, more another vaccination clinic. Is that 100% confirmed for this Thursday and Friday? And is it also just for the priority group 1C, 60 years and older?
Yes. So I was told that they're just preparing the fire. Everything's all set, ready to go. And yes, it's still in the 60 plus age bracket. Here's something I might add that I wanted to say. I'll use this opportunity, this platform, actually, to get the message out. We had asked, the governor and lieutenant governor opened this up primarily to kind of help alleviate the congestion and all the frustration, the travel up to Okulu from our southern villagers. Unfortunately, though, we're not getting the the amount of folks that we wish we are having. We're still seeing primarily folks coming from up north, as far north as Dededo, and over to PD, Chalampago. And I understand, and this is definitely for everyone, but I was hoping and that more of the southern villagers partake and participate in this vaccination, simply because I think it was the governor and lieutenant governor's intent to provide a level of convenience for our southern folks. So I'm just hoping that, and so I just want to share with you that when I was informed, we immediately equipped our vehicles with the loudspeaker system the way it's done in the olden days, and we're going to incorporate that for every message coming out of this office. So we went out, we did that. We also utilized social media, our Facebook page, and I don't have Instagram, but I asked our employees to utilize that, and all our different various group chats. We were able to use that to get the message out. So I know for sure that our villagers are informed, but we will be doing the same come Wednesday. We're going to be going around with a loudspeaker again and announcing it so that we ensure that everyone is well informed about what's going on Thursday and Friday so that they can avail themselves of the vaccine.
How fast do you think those couple hundred slots will fill up, Mayor?
Well, interestingly enough, so on Friday, our first our first car showed up at 4. On Saturday, the first car showed up at 3:11 in the morning. So I think as the word goes out there, that people are aggressively trying to, participate in this, and I applaud them for that. But on Saturday, right around 7:30 or so, we were already capped at 250. 7:30. So, and a lot of the folks actually came and drove down from the northern villages. Barrigada, Dededo, Chalampago, Order, and I know that because as we go around, I ask, "Wow, you're early," and what have you, just to kind of get a consensus as I go around where these folks are coming from. A lot of them are coming from up north, and that's perfectly fine. We're not going to discriminate at this point. If we all need to get vaccinated out there and take advantage of this.
Right. So show up early, and just so you know, cars showed up at 3, 4 in the morning. Okay, so
absolutely. But there's one thing I want to add. I want to stress that maybe perhaps to move this in a more expedient manner, maybe we should consider opening up the University of Guam Fieldhouse as well. And I think having an alternative site like that is only going to close the gaps here sooner rather than later. I know that the more sites you open up, of course, people would come, and I know they told me some frustrating stories at Okadu, and I hope that is not a deterrent from them to showing up and getting the vaccine. At some point in time, I know they're going to get just exhausted and just probably wait until much later, and but they need to avail themselves of the services now.
Good point, Mayor. So open up the OG Fieldhouse and get a central location, since we now have a southern one and the northern at Ukadu to kind of complement and ease off some of that flow. Because you're right, basically people from the north are like, oh, let's go to Iran, we'll make a trip of it.
Well, the one thing Dr. Ho Win mentioned last week when he was on the show was that there are plans to roll out the administration of the vaccines at private clinics. And he was hoping to start that up today or possibly tomorrow.
Well, this just in, he's going to be meeting with the governor at 8:30 this morning, Mayor, and he's slated to come on the link right after that. As he said that there appears to be some resistance from public health. I'm not too clear on what it is or how much of it is there, but definitely I think that we need to get the vaccine out to as many people as we can in as many ways that we can.
Really? Yeah. Oh, okay. I know that resistance by public health.
Well, I don't know. That's just what he said. So 8:30 is that meeting with the governor, and then right after that, if it doesn't go till 10, we'll get Dr. Ho on to kind of let you guys know what's up with that.
All right.
Mayor, anything in closing?
What time? I'm sorry. What time was the vaccination clinic for Thursday?
What time?
Yeah. What's the time? What time does it start?
Well, it's normally scheduled 9 to 3. 9 to 3. I believe that it'll still open earlier, only because the last two events, the last Friday and Saturday, we were able to open up right around 8:30 or so. So definitely right before 9. And I'm hoping that it happens the same. We're announcing it. It's going to be announced that it's going to be at 9, but we're hopeful that if the team comes a lot earlier and starts prepping inside, that we're able to open up again a lot earlier. I wish we could start at 5 in the morning or 6. You know, truthfully, I wish they could. You know, you minimize the heat exposure to the monuncles. You know, especially that this particular age group. You know,
And you know the Monuncle, they're
like
up.
to get up early.
Right.
Sorry.
No, they're up. The Monuncle are up at that time. You're right. Good point.
Oh, absolutely. And they, you know, the what I wanted to stress regarding that is that Payless opens up at 5 to 6 strictly for the Monuncle. So maybe we can follow that same schedule of 5 to 6. Me personally, I love that hour. You know, it's fresh for the Monuncles. They can go back home, and you know, by 9 o'clock, these Monuncles are normally used to you know, taking their naps, and that's their power break. You know, power nap time at 9.
Mayor, it's good having you on. Good to talk to you.
Sorry?
That's good to talk to you. Thanks for coming on.
Okay, well, there's one thing before I close. I want to say this is that, you know, my slogan has always been together we can. So this whole opportunity was a good opportunity to showcase that example. Again, like I said, this included the governor, lieutenant governor, the mayoral staff from Melissa Gotnia, to include the staff of Interlawn, who I'm very grateful for them, you know, participating and hanging on there. We were out there since 2:30 both days, and again, that's our commitment to this community. Also, again, to like John Lohan and Annabelle Grace Garces of Public Health, thank you very much for all the coordination, Dr. K and Dr. Long Guerrero, and all the nursing staff. Again, it's never going to be a one. It's going to be about all of us. So together we can. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's that.
Okay.
Take care.
7:39. That's Mayor Tony Chargaloff in Arahan.
Giving us a heads up that there will be a vaccination clinic at the Arahan Public Health Center this Thursday and Friday, 9 to 3. It's going to be the same process where you get your ticket and you wait. So this Thursday and Friday in Arahan, but tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday over at Ukadu High School. And this is still for category 1C. This is 60 years and older.
Right. And, you know, before we brought the mayor on, we were talking a little bit about the Kalapana song in Arahan. And remember I told you guys there was a rumor they got in trouble with the Inaran boys, and the Inaran boys are like, oh, if you don't do a song, we're going to jump you. That might not be exactly how it went down. Our friend Sean Gumatauto writes in, can your fingers covering it? Yeah. He writes in to Jason, Mackie Fury, who was the lead singer of Kalapana, was with a woman from Inarahan who was his wife eventually, actually a love of his life. We had 2 wives, but not sure if the second was from Guam or Chamorro. So there you go.
Problem solved.
Thank you.
Mystery solved.
At 7:40, let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room, where I'm pretty sure his ears were burning this weekend. We're joined here by the incoming...
no, he is. He is.
Oh, he is right now as we speak. The Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Dr. Felix Cabrera. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good to see you all.
I would say, congratulations. And I would say welcome to public service, but I kind of feel like you have been serving the public. I mean, it's been a minute for the duration of the pandemic. We'll go ahead and read off this story here. As KUM, we broke this story first Friday. Dr. Cabrera was hired on a 2-year employment contract for $268,000 a year. He's a member of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group and created the formula behind the CAR score. The CAR score accounts for the incidence of new cases, how well current testing identifies these cases, and the rate of spread. According to the documents that we obtained, Dr. Cabrera's 2-year employment contract, he can't work more than 40 hours a week, entitled to all fringe benefits, including retirement, annual sick, administrative leave, and health insurance. So, again, congrats, Doc. And what'd you kind of make of the new when the story broke and some of the comments that I saw on social media? I know that some of those maybe might have rubbed you the wrong way.
I'll be honest, I did not see a single comment, but my mom did, and so she talked to me about all of that. But you know, I think everything's in context and everything is relative, right? And so, but overall, you know, I'm I'm extremely excited, to start this new chapter in my career as well. I think it's been, I think a lot of what I've done over the past almost 10 years here on Guam, I think has really, gotten me to where I'm at this point where it makes sense that I take on this new role and really try and connect the dots, I think, in a lot of ways. I think I only have really one agenda. My one agenda is to improve population health on Guam. And so it's as a whole. And so that's, I think, priority number one. And then, so the pandemic is of course, the thing that's in front of us, and it's the first and foremost in terms of what our attention is drawn to. But so with that, I'm excited. I look forward to the opportunities. I look forward to meeting more people and really learning public health in a more in-depth detail process and hoping to be also the liaison between a lot of different parts of public health with a lot of the both private and public parts of healthcare on the island.
I gotta ask just a couple tough questions, Doc. The salary, I know that raised a lot of people's eyebrows. Is it justified to pay you $268,000 on a 2-year contract?
So that is technically below average of what an average internal medicine physician makes on the island. For comparison, you can look at the internal medicine physicians at Guam Memorial Hospital, and there are many of them there, and their salaries are public record as well. So as you can see, it's comparable. It's technically, not that it matters in terms of what my motivations are, but it's technically a pay cut overall. And so that's, but to me, that's minimal compared to what I hope to be able to do in this new role.
But so your role, is it more of like an admin role that you're going to be taking on as the chief medical officer, or are you going to be out there cutting people open and doing surgeries and whatnot?
Yeah, so it's going to be a mix of both. And so while we're in the pandemic, it's going to be heavy on the administrative operations part. It's more of a continuation of what I've already been doing through the pandemic, just more on an official matter and as an actual representative of public health. As opposed to simply just being a representative of the physician advisory group or the state surgeon cell. And so now I do it, under this hat, and I think that that's something that's going to be hopefully make a lot of the efforts that we do more efficient.
Can you tell us a little bit, or maybe provide a little more insight on the contract negotiations? Because there was some negotiation involved with securing this deal.
Well, it was, I think what the issue was the pay scale that public health had on record is something that hasn't been updated in a very, very long time. And so, it was just basically saying, let's get me close to what an average GMH internal medicine physician makes, because that's a government physician employee, and we're good. And so it was just that part.
What about that 40 hours part? I was talking to some doctors over the weekend, and they were like, "Wow, he got it made."
No.
How's that going to work? Because
what that really means,
is
that I don't get overtime. That's what that really means, and that I'm not eligible for overtime. It's a salary. So it's just that I'm not allowed to work. I don't even recall reading the allowed part, but that's the clear understanding that our director Art San Augustine and I had, that it was that there will be no overtime, which is important because the job's essentially 24/7, and I have to be available for a variety of issues that could come up at any time.
Right. So I'm sure there are critics out there who would look at this and say, "Oh, he went to bat for the governor. He had her back during the pandemic, and this is the reward, so to speak." How would you respond to those type of comments?
Well, I jokingly respond when people congratulate me as saying, "Oh, you mean condolences?" But but the joke, just because the reality is that the work is going to get harder in this new role, and then at the same time, if this is a reward, that's news to me, because and in terms of a monetary reward, because that's not what it's gonna, at the end of the year is what's gonna say in terms of what I have to do when I file taxes. But but really what it is specifically a reward that that the efforts that we put forth now, we can actually put a lot more of it in motion. There's so many operation plans that are currently present. They're in draft form, but it's very difficult because everybody's stretched thin. And so now in this more official position, then we can actually now effectuate a lot of these operation plans. And this goes from not just vaccines, but this is also continued testing, and which is a very, very important part of what we need to do, in our battle here.
Last one was, what is that, so it says you're going to maintain your hospital privileges. Does that mean that you're still going to be practicing on the side?
Yeah, and so, especially for the past 5 years, I've been primarily a hospitalist. And so that takes you have to keep up those skills as well. It's very different than just outpatient clinical internal medicine work, including I have privileges in the intensive care unit at GRMC. And so I have to keep those skills up as well. So I will be still doing some clinical work there from time to time.
I just wanted to follow up on something you said regarding GMH, and you said internists make more money than you do at GMH. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I forget what the actual average is, but it's right around there, just a little bit above.
Okay, so are you saying then that your responsibilities are more than an internist over at GMH?
They're very, very different at this point in terms of responsibilities, because in terms of being an actual hospitalist, because these are GMH hospitalists is what I'm referring to as well, and which I was one before. People really don't know that when I first came to Guam, that was my job. My full-time job was as a full-time hospitalist at Guam Memorial Hospital back in 2011. And so that's really, but it's a different, a whole different category. But when you think about the specialty in itself, what is the market value that's fair?
But is it?
Yeah, I just asked because you brought it up. Yeah.
Is it kind of apples and oranges though, Doc, to say that this is what a hospitalist makes and that's why I got this salary when you're not actually going to be doing the same type of duties? It's a lot of admin stuff.
Well, at the same time, in order to do a lot of what we do, in order for me to do what I can do, it's the skill sets that I've developed and that I have, and the training that I've had. It's the experience part of it, and so that part is that what it's worth? Then I think that's what we have to we have to focus on and look at that part there as well. A typical, I think, administrator can make over 200,000, for a lot of their work here. And so I think that's, and me myself as a board certified internal medicine physician, I think that's what, I think it's definitely what my worth is. And I shouldn't have to apologize for that.
Mm-hmm. When's the last time we ever had a chief medical officer? Do you know?
This is, so this is a little bit new. It basically is the medical director, right? And so there's the medical director that has duties. And with each clinic, they have their own medical director. In a typical healthcare organization, you have a medical directors of different areas, and then you have a chief medical officer that is basically oversees their work as well, and the entire organization's clinical work as well. So this here is where I will serve in those roles as well, but then be more part where I'm not just focused on just the community health centers, for example, that this is more of a broader role and a lot more on my shoulders, so to speak, than just a medical director for one of the community health centers.
So you're the first ever chief medical officer for the government of Guam, or public health?
It sounds like it. Okay. for public health, yes. Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. I can't speak to the historical parts, but yeah.
No, I tried to ask Janola who was the last chief medical officer. So
we did have a couple comments here, Doc. Ken writes in, you don't need overtime or differential pay adjustment with that kind of salary, just saying. Mona writes in, listening to some of the questions being asked of Dr. Cabrera has made it clear that many do not understand, one, how bad the shortage of physicians are across the nation, and two, how much these local doctors can easily make off island. They went to medical school, and completed residencies in order to be a physician. Now to be expected to practice medicine and take on an administrative role is even harder. Thank you, Dr. Cabrera, for moving into government and public service. Don't mind too much the questions. Now, as a public official, it comes with the territory. We're lucky to have you in our public health system.
I really appreciate those words and sentiments, and I'll be honest, this is the worst thing I hate talking. I mean, this is the one thing I hate talking about the most, because I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on what the work is here. You know, and I don't want to. It's because one of those things, like, I don't want to humble brag. I don't want to do any of that.
How do you respond to it, right? Yeah, but I'm sure you understand that it's relevant because we're looking at what's probably going to be one of the most difficult economic years for the government of Guam. So anytime someone's hired with that kind of salary, whether they have a PhD behind their name or what, I mean, it's relevant for us to ask the questions.
Right.
I know you understand.
And just for people, I did ask Dr. Cabrera when I first put out the story. I did ask him for a comment. So it wasn't that I was trying to actively go after him. It was just that I saw it. Chris and I were talking about it.
You don't gotta apologize.
No, well, you know, I just want to make sure everybody knows that we did reach out to him. For
and you know,
comments.
Doc, I mean, you've been coming on for months answering tough questions. So, you know, I mean, and when I asked you to come on Monday, you're like, yeah, okay, sure, no problem. So let's switch gears a little bit now that all the tough money stuff's out of the way. COVID, right? So I think I heard Crystal said we're in the recovery phase, right? So that being said, what do you think is the next big thing on public health's radar from a community health standpoint that you're going to be, tackling this year?
So really, our efforts to keep the CAR score low is basically, it's basically a three-pronged approach in that we, one is what's very clear is the vaccinations, in that what we'd have to do and the rate of how we're vaccinating and how we're going to expand that, and so that there's a very clear plan that's laid out by the state surgeon cell and in partnership with public health and with Adelup, we're figuring out how to effectuate that plan. And then number two, it's the testing. We cannot keep our eyes off testing. We have to keep focusing on it and not forget it, and continue to figure out how to expand it. We have a plan for that as well, and how not just expanding. What I mean specifically is serial testing. And actually, in certain areas, testing employees, for example, in a lot of the major Guam agencies on a very regular basis. And so that's a big undertaking. And probably the biggest one of that is GDOE. And so there are a lot of work and plans on how to put that through. We have ordered through HHS and DEMA about 125,000 more Binax antigen testing, and so that is something, and we want to use that up in 3 months. That many. So just so everyone's aware, to date we've done about 105,000 tests since the beginning of the pandemic, and so just thinking about that scale of what we're trying to do here. Because we're going to be in this fight for a long time, and so we have to really do everything we can and we can't just focus on one thing. It has to be multiple parts. And then the third part, of course, is the continuing of in contact tracing, isolation, on that part, quarantine, making sure that part is still very secure and it continues to improve in its process. So those are the three main things that we want to focus on. And of course, and then the fourth one is everybody else's responsibility, right? So to wash your hands, wear your mask, and watch your distance, and have the willpower to do it 100% of the time.
Doc, I wanted to follow up on, you mentioned the priorities. So vaccination, we'll start there. What is the update on expanding vaccinations to allow for private clinics to administer them? I knew that was something that Dr. Wynn had mentioned last week. Crystal Paco San Augustine was also on last week, so that was the plan. Hopefully this week to begin that process. So where are we with that?
So we're actually we're doing pretty well, I think, overall. I was trying to get an update this morning, but Dr. Wynn, with AMC, for example, they've been doing everything they can to meet the criteria. Now, this is criteria that's set by CDC. And so, so if you don't follow these criteria, then there's reason to believe that you won't be able to properly not just handle the vaccines, but administer the vaccines as well in the safest and most effective way. Because it's one, there's safety, and then you want to make sure that the actual vaccine that gets into your arm actually is of quality, right, and actually works. And so there's a certain baseline standards that have to be met. My understanding is that they've essentially met all that. But I don't know what the update is for today specifically. But I know we're going to talk about that at 8:30 in the governor's meeting, and we're going to see what happens. But I understand that AMC has, what they want to do, at least initially, is vaccinate those Medicare patients who are easily already qualified for, to be in the 1C category at minimum. And so they are scheduled for their annual wellness this week. I think there's about 300 of them or so. He wants to incorporate that. So this is not, we're not talking about them joining in and doing mass vaccination. It's really just taking that opportunity. You have them in the clinic, you have them right there, and let's get shots in the arm.
Mm-hmm. So but that is the plan eventually, to allow the private clinics to administer the vaccine, not just AMC, but other private clinics, as long as they meet criteria.
That is a key part of the buildup in order to continue to vaccinate more people and to do it in of course, a more orderly way. And that's a great way to do it. And so that's something that we looked into. We have also explored different options of even doing other mass sites as well. And so there are a lot of things that we're looking into, and more that will be announced as it gets fleshed out. But yes, of course, UOG Fieldhouse, that's kind of one of the obvious ones, right, that a lot of people are suggesting. And of course, we've thought about that, and of course, we've been talking with UOG. And so there's actually some a pretty good tentative early talks on that, on how to actually make that happen. Because remember, we're already using a lot of UOG resources even at Okudu, and so that's something to consider. So how do we ensure that there's a proper spread and the right balance throughout different sites?
Mm-hmm. Can you confirm, because we did have the mayor on, that there will be vaccination clinics down at Inarajan on Thursday and Friday?
Yeah, I can't confirm that because I don't know that for sure, and it's not what's been released in the JIC. I always want to default to what's in the JIC reports, because this whole process is fluid. We're constantly changing, we're reevaluating, we're pivoting, we're learning from our mistakes, and actually welcome the to learn more from our mistakes, because those are opportunities to do better. And so we don't shy away from the failures or the places that we can actually improve, because we have to focus on that so that we can do that better. So, like, for example, on Friday night, we had our meeting with the governor and public health and the surgeon cell. There was a pivot basically to have all the healthcare workers on Saturday go to GRMC, and so there was a back and forth about that. But the JIC reports before that were already saying that that time difference, 9 to 12 was healthcare workers at Okudu. But we made that pivot, and it ended up being very, very successful. We were supposed to do 350 at GRMC. We ended up doing over 500, and so that ended up turning out to be a really good pivot, for example. And then in just that day, Saturday, we vaccinated over 1,700, almost 1,800 people on Saturday. And so that's a large amount. And so by the way, in the 3 days of vaccination, so on Thursday, Friday, Saturday of last week, we've almost doubled as the amount of vaccinations that we had done from all the days prior since we started beginning vaccinations. Mm-hmm. So we are really improving how many we can vaccinate on, and it's improving on an exponential rate at this point.
When does the homebound vaccinations get underway?
My understanding it's this week.
Doc, I feel like a newbie here, but we had a question in the comments. Vaccinations given to children under 16, yes or no? No, right?
Still being studied.
Okay.
The trials are still going on. And so I don't know the timing of when those studies will conclude, and then when we'll get word of its safety with children. We expect it to be safe with children, but we absolutely can't do that until the FDA gives us the okay.
And I also wanted to ask you about the variant. What have you studied? What have you heard? What type of research are you doing on that?
So far, well, the best part about it is that both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines appear to be very likely effective against these strains that are most common that we know about, like the one in the United Kingdom and the one in South Africa. So those are the two examples of the ones that have high effectivity rates.
So GDOE, they're going to be appearing before the legislature, and one of the things they're going to be talking about is vaccinations for personnel there. Have they moved up on the priority list, and will they be getting vaccinated?
So they haven't necessarily moved up, but they're already high on the priority list. And so we're just not there at their level at this time. Now, the good thing is that there is crossover. There's some that are 60 and over and that have probably already gotten vaccinated. So that's good. But they'll be coming up soon. That's for sure.
Have you heard anything about the change in the P Corps status?
No update from what was reported last week, especially from the lieutenant governor, but then the intention is that, and so far we seem on track to a declaration of P Corps 2 at some point, definitely before schools open next week.
Are you going to continue to serve on the Physicians Advisory Group?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, is there an update on the antibody treatments over at GMH with the convalescent plasma and the Bamlani VMAP? Do you have any updates on that?
Yeah, so they're still available. They're still there for treatment. What's great is that we essentially haven't had much use for it, right now, knock on wood. And so at GRMC, the outpatient infusion clinic that's there, they have not infused bamlanivimab in over 2 weeks now. And that's mainly because of the low number of cases and we haven't received any referrals from outpatient providers.
I do have a question from one of our viewers regarding just going back to the homebound. Why aren't the caregivers allowed to have it at the same time?
That's actually a question that was discussed, and that's something that we're looking into. There wasn't a final decision about that. Again, we have a limited number of vaccines. Okay, we have to remember that part. We are trying to scale up, of course. Now, HSP is the agency that's going to be going out and giving this. And so sometimes, but the topic was brought up on Friday evening about saying, why don't we ensure that they have like maybe 1 or 2 other doses in addition to that homebound person that you may want to take that opportunity to vaccinate. And if that person is, especially that person is already fits the criteria that we're in terms of being 1C and 60 years and above. But in my opinion, if somebody's homebound and that primary caregiver, they're essentially a healthcare worker.
Yeah. Well, so, you're the chief medical officer.
Yeah,
make it happen.
We had another question here. Any change to inbound traveler quarantine? It's been a while and a lot of things have changed since the last one was released. What if you have the vaccine? Are you able to bypass quarantine?
There is no immunity passport, essentially at this point. And that same thing, if you had COVID, doesn't mean that you're exempt from quarantine after you travel. And so right now, as it is with the vaccines, there's no hard evidence that we can say that that it's safe to reduce the quarantine for persons who have been fully vaccinated. That data is going to come out, and once that come out, then we'll feel more comfortable. But we just don't know what the potential spread might be. You may be one of those that had the full vaccine, but still get COVID, and they're still able to spread it. So that risk is still very much there.
Any more questions?
How did the town hall go yesterday? The virtual?
Sorry, go ahead.
How did the virtual town hall meeting go yesterday?
I think it went very well. I think the panelists did an amazing job. Especially Dr. Annette David, and she did the initial presentation. And so then really good questions that came out of it. Unfortunately, I had to drop out early. I had an urgent patient matter that I had to attend to. But I was there for at least the first hour of it. And so I was, there were great questions, and I appreciated that, and I appreciate the interest in the town hall. And we'll have more of them. I think that's for sure. And I think even some with different groups that are requesting similar town halls, like the Chamber of Commerce, and so we'll see how that gets organized.
All right. I know everybody's waiting for that 2-week period after New Year's Eve to see how, we fared. I know it's just the 11th, and we're coming up on 2 weeks. How do you think we're doing so far? I know the CAR score says 1.3, but we're still seeing, positive cases.
Yeah. And so, our test positivity rate is looking good. It's below 3% right now. Overall, it's actually at 2.5%. Our daily new cases per day, again, 7-day rolling averages are the numbers I'm spitting out here. So it's about 10 positives per day on average over 7 days. And then, so those all look promising. And then also, what we've developed is this way to kind of gauge how are we doing enough tests. And we think that a good rule of thumb is that for every 1% test positivity rate, we should be doing at least 100 tests on per day on average. So at 2.5%, we should be doing at minimum 250 tests per day. Does that make sense? And so right now we're doing over 400 tests per day. And so we're doing good on that part. I think it's a good representation of what of what's going on in the community, at least at this point. But at any point, we know that an outbreak can happen. It can be sparked, and so we have to keep our eyes closely on it. I do have to go soon, but the last thing I do want to point out here is I know that there's been a lot of frustrations with the vaccinations and the long waits and the confusion that sometimes bear from it. But Guam needs to be extremely proud of where we stand in the nation in terms of how many we've vaccinated. The New York Times keeps a running tabs of comparing states. Guam hasn't been updated in a couple of weeks. I don't know why, but we have vaccinated. We have vaccinated approximately 5.4% of our population right now. Majority of the states are struggling to even get to 2%. So we have done an amazing job right now. So there are over 9,000 people that have had at least one vaccine. And we've given 10,000 vaccines already. So that means there's almost 1,000 people that are already fully vaccinated. So we need to be very proud of what we've been able to accomplish, but it's still not enough when you think about it. I'm here, saying that we're proud of 5.4% when we have to get up to 80%, for example. So, but at least relatively speaking, we're doing well. I think the more efficient we are, the more likely we're going to get more. A lot of states there's talks about states being punished or penalized for not rolling out the vaccines fast enough, either by fines or just we're not giving them any more until they use up what they have. So we need to keep this momentum going. We need to keep building up and great job, Guam. Your interest is great, and I think everyone should share their experiences and join the vaccination.
There you go. We're waiting to join too.
I was all like, I thought we were essential.
We sent the list already to public health.
Maybe we got to ask fewer tough questions.
Yeah. Well,
thanks, man, for coming on. Appreciate it.
No problem. Okay, take care.
Take care.
Be safe.
Be safe. You too. Okay. Hey, it's 8:09. We're KUAM FM. I got in Guam. That was Felix Cabrera, Dr. Felix Cabrera,
Chief Medical Officer
for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. There, stood in and answered all the questions. A great interview to be. We post all of the interviews individually on our YouTube, our KUAM News YouTube page. So if there's something you guys see, because they say miss a link, miss a lot, you can always go on the YouTube after the show, right, Jay?
Yeah, and I would actually encourage you, even if if you sat through the entire interview and you were participating with our Facebook crowd and you're going back and forth, check out the YouTube too, because that community can bring up some points you may not have considered. The comments and the discussions that kind of get spawned there are a lot different. So it's worth going back and getting different perspectives on that. So it's different kind of conversations and some good knowledge there.
Thank you, Jay. The show proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with the Chamber of Commerce next. Right here on the link, it's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven
Daryl
can
Anoni.
wait. Heaven can
Good
wait
morning.
another
Good.
day. Another day.
Good morning, Guam.
Heaven can wait another day.
Great jam there. It's 8:18 on the link. The Breeze 93.9. Coming up, we got Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. Reminding you it's back at BK Chicken Fries Friday. I love BK Chicken Fries. Thank you, Burger King, for helping us support the local music.
Vaccination clinics tomorrow and Wednesday over at Ukadu High. And then according to Inarahan Mayor, vaccination clinic will be Thursday and Friday of this week. Just giving you guys a heads up.
Thank you, Sabrina.
You're welcome.
Also coming up on the show, Ken Lujan of the Small Business Administration coming on to talk about some of the programs that they've got available again.
BBP,
Was,
EIDL.
right? It's been an acronym pandemic, right? You got your PUA, you got your FPUC, you got your PPP, you got your EIDL.
Which you can apply for at GCC, which is down the road from UOG if you go to the street sign ASAP.
Wait, what was the other one? Programmen Sleppy Zuden
Mangafa Empanada.
Tao. Okay, I probably
No,
said
what
that
was it that you always said?
Empanada.
Zuden Mangafa.
Yep.
There's the RISE Act. We actually should follow up on that.
Right.
The CARES Act itself is an acronym.
Yeah.
Anyway,
thank you, Jay. In just a few minutes, though, we know from our friend Dr. Ho Wen that there's going to be a meeting with the governor. And so what the private clinics are trying to do, at least the Tier 2 clinics from what we know, is they're trying to be mobilized as vaccination clinics to help alleviate a lot of the backlog that we're seeing. Because I don't know if it's just that, and you know, there were some things that Dr. Cabrera had talked about, the learning curve, right? So I said something like last week they had vaccinated more people than they did in all the vaccinations before that. So obviously, public health is adapting quickly to the great demand for vaccinations, which I don't even know if they anticipated that this many people would want to get vaccinated this quickly.
So many people joining the vaccination.
Vaccination. I got you.
Yeah.
So it's 8:19. Yeah. So that meeting going to be happening, and then Dr. Hoa said he's going to chime in with us right after that. So hopefully we'll have an update. As I was getting a lot of questions over the weekend from people saying, "Hey, what are they going to do to make the vaccine clinics, more accessible? Are they going to have more?" We'd heard the mayor of Inaran, who just had a few days of vaccination clinic in his village, saying, "Hey, let's open up the OG Fieldhouse."
And he said that Dr. Cabrera said, "Yeah, that's been on their radar."
Obvious, right?
Yeah. So with the private clinics, I think what Dr. Ho was mentioning again last week was that they had to make sure that public health had to go and inspect these private clinics to make sure that they had the proper storage facilities. And this isn't for the Moderna vaccine. Pfizer, there's just no way they don't have those type of freezers.
Yeah, the deer meat's in the freezer right now.
So hopefully we'll get some answers today after that 8:30 meeting. And also brought up, and it was thanks to a question from one of our online viewers, was whether or not the caretakers were going to be eligible to get the vaccine for the homebound residents, which begins today, matter of fact, with HSP going out and immunizing people. So hopefully, Dr. Cabrera, you would think he can make it happen as a new chief medical officer.
No pressure. You see that salary, you're like thinking he better make it happen. 8:22, it's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Let's go back into the KUAM newsroom where, as we just talked about, there's vaccinations for COVID-19, but I don't know if there's a vaccination for the economy yet.
We could all wish, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
and so let's bring on from the Chamber of Commerce, Catherine Castro. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
I haven't seen you since last year. Kathy, let's just start. Great place to start is the beginning. I guess, where are we at in terms of businesses and the type of activity that we're seeing? As I don't know, I was just going around Saturday morning doing errands, and it was almost like pre-COVID traffic. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's an accurate judge of how well businesses are doing, but how well are they doing in this current climate?
Businesses are still struggling. I think that, if you take a look at what the needs are, you'll find that there are businesses that are looking for, opportunities to open at a larger capacity. They're looking at hiring people, but it's been a little bit difficult in this climate. There's folks that are, at this point, probably still not interested in going to work because of the federal support that they're still getting. There's still businesses that are not able to open and not able to open at full capacity. So that of course is a big concern. But we're additionally, we're pleased that we're seeing people very, very interested in the vaccination and in looking at moving ahead, and that's what we've always wanted to do, right? Because we can't eradicate this issue. We've got to be able to learn to live with it. And how do we do that? Well, if that's the vaccine, then let's do this. Let's move ahead and let's move forward, right?
And speaking of moving ahead and moving forward, I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to watch the inauguration of the 36th Guam legislature, and even some of the interviews that occurred afterward, because it seemed like priority number one for the 36 is economic recovery. And you saw that with just the first several bills that were introduced, and a lot of them dealt with economic recovery. So how engaged is the Chamber of Commerce with the legislature on how we can move forward?
The Chamber is just so pleased. These bills that have been introduced have been issues that the Chamber has been pushing forward since last year. So, we're really, really pleased to see this. And, now it's about it really is about recovering, because, let's face it, we're not in the place where we were at a year and a half ago, and it's going to be a long road. And what's good is that we all understand that, and we all want to be able to work together. We've identified, on the Chamber and even with the governor, who has put together that economic diversification initiatives work group. We're just so pleased, to just get her blessing on that, and to be able to partner with the government and moving some of those initiatives forward. With those markets, the tourism markets, even they're not open, right? And so we've got to figure out a way to just, roll some money into our economy so that we can get more people employed, that we can, just continue to keep doors open, right? If we don't do that, we don't have money in our government coffers, and that's just how it is. And we really, really, we can't keep relying on the federal government to bail us out all the time. We've got to be self-sufficient. We've got to do this on our own. And so, I've always been, and you guys know me, I've always been the positive thinking person. Even when we were in our dark days, we were walking through the valley of the shadow of death, man.
I hear you.
And but I've always tried to maintain this positive outlook, and because I know that once you hit bottom, where are you going to go? You're going to go up, man, right? And so that's what we're doing. We're looking positive. We've worked throughout the entire pandemic. We've worked to look at different ways that we can just jumpstart our economy, even though they're baby steps, and it's okay. It's okay, because I think that, when we come out of this at the back end, I think people are going to be happy. Why? Because we're looking at new industries. We're looking at, trying to reskill our people. The tourism industry is not going to be the same, right? There's going to, people are going to be different. Everybody's going to have a different mindset because of this pandemic, right? There's not going to, I have people in the tourism industry, they're already looking at ways that they're going to eliminate that, as much touch points as possible, right? There's going to be ways that you're going to interact with your visitors that they're going to, try to make them feel as safe as possible. And so there's probably going to be less jobs available in that particular industry unless you're an entrepreneur and unless you're going to be bringing something new and different and exciting, right? And so what we need to do is look at the various opportunities that we can take advantage of as a community and as an island community, and let's do it. Let's move forward, man.
The more immediate present, Catherine, what are businesses saying about operating under the current set of restrictions and conditions that we're under in this PCOR 1?
I have to say that our businesses are resilient, right? You guys as a news group, you guys have adapted, right, to make it happen because you need to bring news to our people. You need to bring updated information to our people. Our restaurants, everybody that is doing something to bring service to our community, they've had to adapt to be able to, show our community, show our government officials that they're safe, that they're operating in a safe environment, that they can provide a safe environment to their customers, to consumers. And so I think that, what this emergency pandemic has taught us is to be flexible, to be resilient, and to be adaptable. And I think that that's always a good thing. When you're able to adapt, when you're able to be, flexible, you're able to come up with new and innovative ideas. And I think that you're seeing that throughout the world. And that in and of itself is a good indicator that we're going to be okay, because you have new and innovative things. And when you have that, that means that, when you have new and innovative things, you have other opportunities for people to be engaged in and people to be employed and to maybe come up with even better things to enhance whatever it was that we were doing. And so that's the beauty of capitalism. It's the beauty of entrepreneurship. And I think that, yes, it's been difficult, but we the people that have the means and the resources, they've been able to overcome that and as much as we can. I'm not saying that we're going to be able to, we have to come together as a community, the legislature, the administration, the business community. We have to, be cognizant of the challenges that the businesses have to keep doors open. And so, if there's any way that we can maybe relax some of those restrictions even a little bit more, that we're seeing people vaccinated, that we're seeing more, the CAR score go down. So those are all good and positive things for everybody.
Yeah. So we're going to be good. Never mind rolling back the BPT.
No, we need the BPT. We need the BPT to roll back. You know why? Because I don't know. I'm pretty sure that even in your industry, you've had to with less advertising dollars, you've had to do more. You've had to utilize additional resources, right, to be able to provide the service for your consumer. And that's what every business has had to do. They've had to do more with less. And so how do you continue to move forward, right? So, we need a little bit of a break. Let's try to give each other a little bit of a break. And, so you see the stuff that we're doing. We're trying to put a moratorium on minimum wage. We're trying to roll back the BPT. We're trying to put a moratorium on real estate taxes of the one that was, can't remember the public law now, but it was passed in 2019 for property and improvements of $1 million or more. Those have all impacted how people, it's impacted rent. It impacts everybody, right? So we need to be able to come together, make it a little bit easier to do business so that we can roll the money back. And then let's revisit this in a year or two.
Right, but these are initiatives though that, like you said, these were brought up last year during the height of everything that we were going through, and the economy was taking a serious downturn. But how optimistic are you that now that these bills will actually be passed and signed into law?
I know that it's going to be challenging, because I understand that the government is wary, right? But if okay, you guys, we're
right on. Let it come out. Let it out, Kathy. No, take the gloves off. Take the gloves off. You're not gonna kiss up to the governor on this show. Let's hear it.
We're trying. We always try to be as respectful as possible, right? So, but we have to understand we're in tax season, right? What corporate taxes are going to be paid with nothing, right? How much dollars is that going to impact the government coffers? So I'm just saying that we don't have, tourism was dead. We don't have the tourism dollars that, that came with the, hotel occupancy tax, that came with the, the BPT. So, we really need to take a look at I see that the Adaloop says that they're not concerned, but we're concerned. We don't see. I don't know why they're not concerned. Honest to God, I just don't see where that money's going to come from. You cannot rely on the federal government, man. Sorry.
Well, I think everybody is hoping that everyone works together. We have to. This, you know what? Our community is about working together. We have always been, something happens. We have a death in the family. We come together to help each other. We have a typhoon. We come together and we help each other, right? So this is what our community is about. This is what makes us Guam. This is what makes us special and unique. And politics aside, man, we have to be able to say what is good for the good of all. I hear you,
Yeah.
But like I said, when you look back at last year, it didn't seem that way. The chamber was making all kinds of suggestions and recommendations, but
didn't work.
Yeah, so
I think you guys are
that's why I
just
say
coming
good luck,
a little too hard. Maybe you got to velvet glove instead of iron fisted a little bit in 2021. I'm just saying because Christine, she's on here a million times and it was always the same thing. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like, we pissed the governor off with that idea. Good luck getting any restrictions lifted. Let's move back in this conversation a little bit, though. You talked about easing of some of the restrictions, right? So which restrictions would you guys as a body like to see eased up or lessened?
I'd like to see 50% occupancy in restaurants. If you're a restaurant, I can only imagine, the margins are super, super small already to begin with. God bless them for staying, keeping those doors open and doing the best that they can to service our community. I'd like to be able to have meetings, with people face to face. And, but I totally understand that it's important to be as safe as possible. And I don't know if you receive our newsletters, but we try to put one out every other week or so. And, we always remind our members of the business community, let's continue to, with contact tracing, let's continue to, be safe and, keep the guidelines, because even if we have our vaccine, we still need to be able to be as diligent as possible, right? And I just feel like we need to move forward. This pandemic isn't, this coronavirus is not going to go away. We have to live with it. So what do we do to do that, right? And how do we acclimate our culture to that? Because that's what we have to do as a people.
Well, we have seen the Chamber of Commerce putting forth their ideas. Same thing with GHRA. They've got their own plan that they've come up with the rapid testing. We see St. Anthony's Catholic school that's going to actually be the pilot program implementing this rapid testing. So, all I could say is really just keep up the fight. We all have to work together, like you said.
Yes, I totally agree.
One thing that you guys also did last year was you provided all these different virtual training opportunities to businesses and other people in the community. Is that something we're also going to be looking to the Chamber of Commerce to continue this year?
Oh, definitely. The first one that we're going to have is about taxes. So, we're putting together a plan. It's going to appeal to small businesses, human resources, professional development. Those are all needed. And in partnership with GHRA, in partnership with the university, with GCC, with Department of Labor, all of these things, again, working collaboratively together is so, so important. So, moving forward, that's what we have to do.
All right. Thanks, Kathy, for coming on.
Anything else?
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
And Happy New Year. Good luck.
Happy New Year. All right. Keep us posted.
Take care, guys.
Okay, we'll see you. Bye.
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 Little bit frustrated there.
Yeah.
What was that she said? The politics, man.
We'll see. I mean, you heard the legislature, like I said, in the inauguration and the interviews that we did with some of those senators, priority really is economic recovery. So, see what happens. I don't think I've seen any public hearings yet scheduled for these bills, and it's not just the 3 Republican senators or 4, however many it was, that introduced the BBT and the property tax bill. There was also Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes. I think she was the first one who introduced a bill, and it was related to the economy. So you can go to GuamLegislature.com and read all of them for yourself, because there's quite a few bills that have been introduced. And please keep track of what your senators are doing. And if you don't like what they're doing, give them a call or email them.
Right. Or call us and complain about it. We prefer that method, actually. It's 840.
637-0094.
Yeah, guys, we have a phone that it's totally working. 637-0094 is the number to the link here on The Breeze 93.9.
We have somebody asking us what's up with the masks.
I hate these people. I'm sorry. This mask crap, shut it already. Just shut it already. Wake up, this Kerry spreading lies. What is up with the masks? Wake up, people. Quit being sheep led to slaughter. Right, I'm a sheep because I'm wearing a mask and I care about Sabrina's health and well-being. I care about Joe Sir's health and well-being. They care about mine because we both don't know where we've been. So it's not a political instrument. It's just merely a matter of respect. It's so basic. Like, why am I even wasting my precious breath to explain to idiots? And to see this kind of idiocy on Guam with this Karen that went into Payless, like, I don't have to wear a mask. Well, if you don't want to wear a mask, don't go in the store. It's really just so basic. And I'm just wasting precious breaths. I just took 2 minutes off my life responding to this idiot. It's 8:41, so we'll take a break and we'll be back with more of the show with masks next. Here it's the link on The Breeze.
When you want to make the most of
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Eight 45. Hey, good morning.
Promise when I leave, I'll be coming back real soon. Molesto, I don't wanna go, but I gotta hit the road. Molesto.
You want to call me a sheep? Well, that's just too bad. 8:45. Hey, good morning. It's the Link on the Breeze 93.9. Morning, Jay.
Good morning. It is really unfortunate how. Wow.
I just don't get the sheep thing. Anyway, whatever. 8:46. It's Monday, the January 11th, year of our Lord 2021. It's a Link on the Breeze. Coming up, Ken Lujan from the Small Business Administration. We also have JQ, John Cananta from the airport. And hopefully going to get a hospital update here in the 9 o'clock hour. Also looking to hear from Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group as they're making their case. Well, the clinics are, Tier 2s and probably other clinics too, making their case to be vaccination clinic sites. And so we'll find out how that conversation went coming up on the Link. But first, I want to thank Burger King for bringing us Cover Me. Great way to support the local music. It's back at BK Chicken Fries Friday. I love BK Chicken Fries. Also, BK Steakhouse King is now available at Hagåtña Tumon and Micro Mall. So this is a local song, but it's coming to us all the way from South Carolina.
South Carolina.
And
we actually became aware of Jada and her art. Because all of a sudden, like her dad, Nestor Quintanilla, was showing up in the comments, and he kept saying, "Hey, everybody, there's this Chamarita that's doing really good work out there and everything." So we're like, can send us a link to it, and we'll play a snippet. And when Vic was here, when you were on vacation, we played about 30 seconds of it, and it had a really good groove. And because you're completely new to this, like Joser and I really dug it. We thought it's got kind of that that 90s Aaliyah, maybe even, you know, post 2000s like Beyonce vibe.
Well, you're definitely upselling it.
Yeah, well, and you know, the vocal delivery is really, really cool, and she can sing, as you'll see
Okay,
in
so
this
let's
song.
do it. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. This is Jada Quintanilla performing the single Casanova. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, on the link.
That's nasty right now.
Type that you wanna get to know. If I still make a fire in your soul, do you wanna take a chance to let me go? Promise there's no going back, I need to know. Addicted, the least you'll feel below. Baby, I don't make the rules, that's how it goes. If you're scared, take my hand, I like moving slow. Temptation, I'm tempted to take you on. I like how we connect, not just through the phone. He said, Jada, I don't really like to leave alone. Is it me or is that what you always on? Is it me or is that what you always on? Touch on my body, rock with my body. Don't say you're sorry, something about your eyes I know. Balancea mi cuerpo, toca mi cuerpo. No pidas disculpa, nadie tiene que saber. Rock with me, baby. Rock with me, baby. Your arms around me, no feelings doubting. Say that you want me, I hate it when it goes unknown. Rock with me, baby. Rock with me, baby. Hasta la vista, good to know ya. Can't fall in love with a Casanova. Hard not to want you, be back, I know ya. Say my name, I want ya. Hasta la vista, good to know ya. Can't fall in love with a Casanova. Hard not to want you, be back, I know ya. Say my name, di mi nombre, won't ya? Boy, I know you dream about what it's like to take me out, baby, she's the night. Not typical, just how you like. I got a couple ways that's on my mind. I could teach you a thing if you listen right. And if you let me in, promise I won't bite. Seduction that'll make you spy. Now you're wondering what I'm doing with my own time. You broke a lot of hearts, I see it in your eyes. But missing out on me lasts a lifetime. You pray for the one, here I am, your sign. You ask for the one, boy, I am your sign. Touch on my body, rock with my body. Don't say you're sorry, something about your eyes I know. Rock with me, baby. Rock with me, baby. Balancea mi cuerpo, toca mi cuerpo. No pidas disculpa, nadie tiene que saber. Rock with me, baby. Rock with me, baby. Your arms around me, no feelings doubting. Say that you want me, I hate it when it goes unknown. Rock with me, rock with me, baby. Hasta la vista, good to know ya. Can't fall in love with a Casanova. Hard not to want you, be back, I know ya. Say my name, I want ya. Hasta la vista, good to know ya. Can't fall in love with a Casanova. Hard not to want you, be back, I know ya. Say my name, di mi nombre, won't
Woo!
Okay, so verdict, Chris? Verdict?
Hasta la vista.
Well, it's catchy.
Good to know ya.
Okay, and the dad, a very, very proud father, by the way, Nestor, is joining us. Nestor Quintanilla says, the backstory of that, Casanova was the title of that track, was created for a Spanish club scene, and, you know, like, there was some Spanish in that song, it was very cool, in Greenville, South Carolina. It was requested by one of her friends and was played at the club. Again, if you guys want
That's
to
for the club, Jay.
Huh?
That's for the club.
In the
We need
club,
the club.
yeah. So
right now on Guam, you cannot be in the club, but you can be in the game room.
That's true.
Is that stupid or what? Like, who owes somebody a favor that we open up the game room before the club? Oh, the ice trade got more pull than the club. That's nuts. Anyway, you were saying, sorry.
Jade has actually reworked like a lot of her social media, so she's on SoundCloud, Spotify, the YouTube channel, as you probably saw, because, you know, I wanted to make sure that we played the music video.
See, it's catchy. That's it. Yep.
The hook is very, very.
That hook, no.
But, you know, like, and their music videos are really well produced. I mean, if you thought that was interesting, I mean, like, the way it's shot, the use of color, you know,
Right.
kind of the
And so if you're
cinematography.
wondering why there was a lot of Spanish in that song,
Okay. But as
because there was, right, Jay?
there
It's-
is someone in this room.
Right,
who-
the dad said that she made it for the Spanish.
Yeah,
one.
so it's marketed for the Spanish club.
Yeah, but there is someone in this room who has been a club DJ for many, many years. So, Joseph, how do you think people would respond to that? Like if you played that in the club?
I'll play it.
Yeah.
Yep, banger.
That'll really get everybody moving, huh?
Maybe you should start DJing in the game room. Me and you will do a package deal because I haven't hosted anything. Kind of hurting.
Joseph will be
This
around
side
like
gig, right? Yep.
mixing on the ones and twos while like the game with like the horses go around.
Hey, you could do a stand-up comedy at a brunch or something.
Live from the
That'd be
game room. Oh. Anyway, 8:53. We're gonna do news coming up in a little bit, but first,
funny. DJ at the game room.
yeah, you gotta improvise. You know, like what Kathy
Pivot.
was saying. You gotta
Gotta
pivot
pivot.
yourself, bro. We can only play fast music because people in the game room, they only like it fast. You know, we're very fast. Are we done crapping on the game rooms, or you want to crap on the game rooms some more? I don't even know how are they open because I thought the whole thing was illegal with the machines, or did they come out with a machine that's like 2 molecules different from the one that's illegal?
Hey, bingo halls, I think also partially.
Yeah,
open.
no, that was an idiot decision. I'm sorry, but to reopen bingo before the Monumco get their second vaccination shot, how stupid was that? It was stupid. It's stupid because it's just stupid. You should wait until all the Monumco get the second shot and then open up the bingo. Okay? I'm sorry. I know it's harsh, but in New Year, same old me. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, 8:50. I'm just saying, like, you want to keep the Monumco safe, then let's keep them safe. You know, don't open up bingo until everyone in the 1C, 1A, 1B, whatever category gets their second vaccination shot. Because, you know, our people, they're going to think, oh, I got one shot. Oh, that increases my protection against COVID by 50%. Right? So just be safe. Continue taking care of your Monumco. Like we said, this whole pandemic, we the people have really done what we had to do. Despite whatever mixed message confusion we were getting from Adelup, we did our part, and we led us to where we're at now. So just let's keep on doing it. Okay, January 11th, 8:54. Ken Lujan from the Small Business Administration joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Morning, Ken.
Morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
So you're going to be a busy guy. Or I know you're always busy, though.
It started out this weekend.
So we're starting up. We have EIDL and PPP, right?
PPP.
This is one of my favorite acronyms of the pandemic, PPP. Paycheck Protection Program. So what was the response? What's the response been like so far, Ken, with businesses trying to get on this PPP?
Well, it's beginning to ramp up somewhat. What I can do is kind of talk about the EIDL first, to begin with, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. As a result of the COVID-19 relief bill that was passed by Congress and enacted by the President in, this last week, December 27th, it often opened up a lot of more opportunities for businesses to obtain financial assistance through the SBA's EIDL as well as the PPP program. The EIDL program expired in December 31st, 2020, but now as a result of this new law, it now has been extended for another year. So it expires in December 31st, 2021. So that's good relief, good information for the community. They can still avail themselves of the disaster relief program that SBA has. As of today, we've lent to a total of 2,851 businesses who received about $84.7 million from SBA financing to the EIDL loan program. Which is a lot of money that was filtered into the island community here in Guam. In addition to that, it also allowed the extension of the deferment period. So if people are still having difficult times making their loan payments to existing SBA disaster business and home loans, their loans are now deferred up to March 31st. So they don't necessarily have to pay their loan until March 31st. However, if they need to realize that interest still accumulates on their loan program. So therefore, what we're trying to do is to advise them to, if they have the means to pay their loan, do so to avoid any balloon payment towards the end of the maturity. So, but at this point in time, we're giving them a 3-month relief by deferring their loan payments up to March 31st of this year. So that's with the EIDL program. Another change within that program is that in the event that a business were to have received an EIDL advance money, which were considered grant monies, SBA took that portion off of they minus that off of the PPP amounts. And so it's calculated in the sense that that was going to go against the businesses. But now, as a result of this new law, we're going to reconciliate the amount and actually pay back the banks for that. So in essence, that $10,000 that they received in advance monies will now go towards their benefit too as well. So that's a good thing with what's happening in this program.
As we start to kind of pivot towards recovery and obviously we had some restrictions that were eased last month, and we're anticipating going into PCOR 2. Do you feel that there's going to be a decrease in the number of businesses that are applying for these programs? If not, or if so, why?
Not certain yet, because one of the things that this program now, as a result of the new act that's coming about, it's expanded the PPP program to allow industries such as the hotel industry, the food industry, the bar industries, those particular industries and food services, to allow them the opportunities to get a second draw on these funds, and at the same time to increase their dollar amounts that they need as a result of the pandemic effect. So that would probably encourage these food services industries, hotel industries to avail themselves of the second draw of monies that they could probably get from the SBA. So we're looking at targeting those particular industries because those are the singular industries that have been adversely affected by the pandemic.
What about fraud?
We're always going to have that out there, Chris. We're trying to prevent that as well, and we're putting the monitoring monitoring mechanisms within place within the program to try to avoid that. Which is why we're specifically looking at targeting certain industries within the market, within the business community, so that way we can help them the most.
Right. I think when we interviewed you last time, you were mentioning there were some fraud incidents that may have occurred with the programs. What is the update on those investigations?
That's what I meant.
Well, a lot of them are still ongoing. Some of them have been prosecuted. I'm not sure if the ones in Guam have been prosecuted. I haven't heard too much about it. But the news I've been reading lately back in the mainland is that it's been curtailed to a point where people are now looking at this a little bit closely and saying that there are some systems in place to go after those who actually defraud the government. So it's tempered down somewhat, but of course you're always going to be looking at the sophisticated fraud scammers that are going to try their luck and try to get additional funds from the government.
For people who took advantage of the PPP and the EIDL in the first round, and maybe you already covered this, the first time the program was offered in CARES 1, are they eligible to apply for this second round?
For round 2, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep in mind that round 2 for the EIDL it's available up to December 31st of this year, and round 2 of the PPP program is only available up to March 31st of this year, which doesn't give you that much big of a window that you can apply for, but it is available.
Are there any
portal for the lending portal does not open until January 11th, which is their time tomorrow. So at this point in time, this gives our lenders here the opportunity to get their ducks in a row, get their systems in place, so that way once the portal opens, then lending can start flowing through the lending institutions. So January 11th is the date that the actual lending portal opens, and we can start issuing out loans at that point in time.
Have you had to bring on additional staff to, or even previously, to help deal with the overwhelming amount of businesses that we're trying to get on these programs?
Yeah, you're going to have to augment some of the resources over there to try to help out. We don't know what that amount of work is going to be at this point in time, but it does provide some sort of aid again back to the community that it was desperately needed. The business community were yelling and screaming and asking for additional relief, and that's where Congress got together and they provided this relief act that would allow for more opportunities for businesses to start getting to. As a matter of fact, in the previous PPP, eligibility for local newspapers and television and radio stations such as yourself was not afforded your opportunity. This go around with new PPP regulations, it now allows TVs, local newspapers and radio stations to become eligible for the program. So this gives you folks an opportunity to look into this as well.
We'll be sure to pass that along to our bosses.
Right.
Yeah. You pass it along to them.
Right, yeah.
All right, anything else that businesses need to know?
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to start doing a little bit more outreach sometime this week and the next week after that. I mean, the legislation just came out over the weekend. A lot of the guidelines are still flowing through, so we're going to have to kind of sort through these guidelines and try to see, kind of make heads or tails as to which, what would be beneficial to the island, what would be beneficial to small businesses out there. So as we kind of sort through the guidelines and the regulations, we do encourage the small business community to start, looking at the opportunities that are afforded to them, get their documents together, and then also talk to their local lenders that they deal with, so that way they can start moving a lot of the information towards them in hopes of getting the financial assistance that they need.
Someone just commented, how do we start making payments? Are people already paying back some of these loans and assistance?
Well, for the EIDL loan, it's a 1-year deferment, so they don't start making payments until 1 year after they receive their loan funds. So it'll be a while unless they want to make the payments early on. That's fine. With PPP, they could begin doing that too. Another good thing that was changes made in the PPP is before it used to be that if you're going to ask for loan forgiveness on the PPP, there were several documents that you had to fill out, and it became so tedious for small businesses to put together, especially for a little mom and pop store or sole proprietor, to put all the documentation together. So what Congress has done is that they streamlined the documentation and made it into a 1-page document if you have a loan of $150,000 or below. So that way it's a one-page loan forgiveness process. And that's something that we're going to be working with the lenders to ensure that the streamlined process is done for loan forgiveness. So that way they can take a look at how much money they need to pay or not pay at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so for mom and pop stores, because I think when we had you on again months back, you made that call for these mom and pop stores that probably didn't think that they might have been eligible, that they are eligible, right?
Yes, okay. And they are, and that's why I want to do this outreach today and encourage our small business community to start looking into what the needs are. Another concern they were looking at is they're saying, Ken, if we have to go in to get applied, do we use our 2020 numbers? Because obviously with the pandemic, the numbers have gone down. Their cash flow hasn't been there. Their revenue streams haven't been there. So SBA has made the determination that we would look at your 2019 figures as opposed to 2020 figures. So that way we could look at what was considered to be realistic prior to the pandemic.
I had a comment.
If we were to utilize the 2020 numbers, then no one would qualify.
Right. Yeah. I had a text here from a small business owner. Please ask if there are new requirements for PPP, like businesses had to drop more than 25% in a quarter.
Yes, there would be. And that's what we're going through with the regulations. You can find the regulations. If anybody has the time to look at it, it's about 118 pages long. You can find it at SBA's website at sba.gov/PPP. That's one website you can go to, or you can visit the Treasury Department's website at treasury.gov/PPP. www.sbs.gov/cares. Those are the two sites that are official sites that we use to download the current regulations as well as the guidelines that also should be looking at. So if anybody ever calls me up and asks me information, I'm going to go straight to those two websites and obtain the information that's relevant to them, then cite it to them. So, I mean, they can avail themselves to some reading time, looking at the 118 pages that I have. Yeah.
All right,
so call me up and we'll discuss it.
Okay, so if you are interested in the PPP or the EIDL for CARES Act 2, go to sba.gov/PPP or treasury.gov/cares and read up on the information, and then you can call SBA here on Guam for additional information. And what's the number there, Ken?
Yeah, they can call 472-7419. That's our general line, or they can call me directly at 472-7277.
All right.
Right on, Ken. Thank you for your service, and keep us posted if there's any changes or anything that these businesses need to do on their end. Please don't hesitate to shoot me a message, and we'll get you right on.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me the opportunity to share this information for the business community. I think it's really needed, especially we're in continuing pandemic crisis situation. So it's good that they have information as well as they have the ability to get the financing that they need to survive in this economy.
Amen.
So I appreciate you having me here, and I'll definitely, once I get updated information, I'll send it over to you folks.
Thank God for the federal. Okay, Ken.
Viva Guam.
Okay.
Right,
Viva Guam. Viva!
Stay safe.
Viva Guam, Sabrina.
Viva!
There you go. All right, 9:09. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the Guam International Airport Authority Executive Manager, John Kanata. I remember I asked Bree, what's he coming on? I thought there was something with like testing at the airport. No, it's airport week, guys. So, JQ, thanks for joining us this morning. Good morning. Unmute.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina and Manana Sizua's Guam.
Good morning.
Right on. So
I apologize for being a little late. This morning we had a death in my immediate, or my family. One of my dad's wife, my dad's brother's wife passed away this morning. So I was delayed.
I was going to say,
our condolences.
Your dad's wife.
Yeah.
Condolences.
So it's your week, though. You can show up whenever you want to. So what is in store for this week, and how is I mean, it's like we're in response mode, and things are kind of, I mean, it's not over or anything, but things are kind of winding down. Obviously, some restrictions have been eased, so it's definitely a different airport week than you could have had, let's say, in like September during the height of the second surge. So, what is it going to be like celebrating Airport Week now?
Well, definitely this airport week. This is our 45th anniversary, Bree and Chris.
Fred.
I don't know if you can remember back. I don't know if you're old enough to remember back when we were still at the old airport where the Laddystone ones were still there, and then Pan Am Airways.
JQ, let me tell you how old I am. I actually did the reporting we did a series on the building of the new airport. And I remember I did some stories, and it was like they let me in the construction site, and it was something like Road to the Airport or something. So yeah, I was around.
Awesome. So of course, like what you said, because of the pandemic and the COVID thing that's going around, our airport week, our 45th airport week, is kind of modified, and we have to make sure that we continue to stay safe and keep our folks out there safe. So we are starting. Actually, we have a flight today, coming in from Taiwan. It's our first Taiwan flight since the pandemic, since they stopped flying to Guam. And so today is a flight that's coming in. And what the goal of today's flight is to we have a lot of folks that have been waiting to go to get medical treatment or medical surgeries or what. So this flight is geared towards taking these folks from Guam to Taiwan to finally get their medical procedures that they've been waiting for. So that's happening today at 3 o'clock. So we're having some, real small recognition ceremony for with the Taipei Economic Office, the kind of like the Council General for Taipei.
Mm-hmm.
We're having that there, and the governor is going to be up here, and we're going to see off these folks that are going to seek further medical treatment in Taiwan. And then, of course, on the 15th of January, we're going to have the proclamation signing, and that really is when it kicks off Airport Week for that, starting that day all the way to probably the 22nd of January. And in that time frame, at the end, the culmination of that, we're going to recognize, of course, our employees. Although we were in a pandemic most of 2020 and continuing on now, we have outstanding employees that were able to keep our airport open, keep our airport safe, and continuing to change to react and also try and be proactive in the norm now, getting our airports ready for the future. And then so we have that. We also have trivia games that are going to be going on throughout till the 22nd. We're also going to have kind of like, we call it a flyby, but we're going to be treating the public, I guess, for the first 450 people drive by up at the airport, up in our Carabao section where the flags are, where we'll be giving out food, like kind of like food distribution, but food that's already prepared, ready to eat. As people will just go by and we'll hand them their
wait, when is this?
Food, and they'll be able to move on.
When is this?
First 450. Go ahead, sir.
When, JQ? When is this?
The 20th of January.
On the 20th of January, I got lunch, guys.
Yes. So that's like I said, it's usually, the airport puts out a big tenant appreciation and employee appreciation night, but because of, like I said, the pandemic, that's modified, and we're probably just going to do a very small recognition for those employees at the airport, and that those things are the appreciation night for the tenants and employees will probably be done at a later time.
No softball tournaments, none of that stuff.
Not all that.
Remember how big we used to go back in the day?
Yeah.
Right. We come this far. We don't want to go back. We want to make sure that we continue to stay the course.
Right. So let's move on then to how far you guys have come. I think when we had you on, you were talking about the possibility of launching the mass testing. I mean, not mass testing. Testing for returning Guam residents.
Right. So we're going to today. We have another meeting, but our target date is next Monday, and we're going to try and so we're going to test your critical service workers and your healthcare professionals that are coming in, and so we're going to test that, make sure that we have our processes in order, and once we've done that, we've looked at all the kinks, look at the hiccups, then we're going to do it for all that are arriving on island.
We did, when we did have you on, you mentioned something, and it was towards the tail end of the interview, about I think some sort of new requirement or something about testing before you leave Guam.
Right. So there was a notice or a kind of like a heads up, and especially with the folks flying into the United States. So the possibility of passengers, if you're going to the United States, that before you get on the aircraft, you're going to be required to make sure that you have your negative COVID tests within 72 hours to present to the airlines before they can board the aircraft. If not, then they will not be allowed to leave to the U.S.
Okay.
That has not been implemented yet, but that is what they're looking at. We are awaiting guidelines from, of course, CDC and possibly FAA.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about your employees? Have they been vaccinated yet? Anybody from the airport?
So yes, we did have, I would say about 47 of our employees vaccinated. And those are frontliners. We are still awaiting. For our tier 1 folks to get vaccinated. We are in line with everyone else. So as soon as public health gives us the green light, and I see Bill Cando out there, we did make a request to GMH for, instead of us going up to Okadu, to go to GMH for the frontliners to get vaccinated, similar to GPD. So that request is in. However, at the time we make the request with GMH, they didn't have enough doses to take care of us. So we're waiting. Hopefully this week that we'll be able to get that done for our tier 1 employees.
I know you're still a young gun, but did you get vaccinated?
Yes, ma'am. Because I meet the passengers every night coming in. I'm considered one of the frontliners for the airport. So, and also I wanted to make sure that for all my employees that are hesitant, that if I'm asking them to get vaccinated, that I lead the charge.
There you go. And when did you get vaccinated? Are you in your first dose, second dose?
I only got my first dose, and it was on New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, when public health says, "Hey, we got room for frontliners, tier 1s, and send them up." And we only had an hour's notice, so that's the reason why we only had 47 people go up. So everyone that was in close proximity to Okadu that we can get a hold of, we were able to send them up.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Anything else?
You making T-shirts for Airport Week?
Right now we don't, but so just before you guys are possibly maybe you'll go out today, but yesterday we did have a security breach here at the airport. We had an individual by the name of J. John Cruz, 42-year-old. He was able to scale the fence and able to get to one of the aircrafts that were being prepped to take passengers out. So our ground agents were able to detect him and was able to call police right away, and we were able to apprehend him. Individual was charged with criminal trespass, and it has been turned over to TSA and FBI for further investigation.
What was he trying to do? Was he?
I think that from reports, I think the individual has some mental illness with him, and yeah, I don't think he meant any harm. We did do as airport protocol, we had to make sure we did a 100% sweep of the area of where he came from, the aircraft near where he was at. And we'll make sure that there was no explosives, make sure that there was no anything that will do any kind of harm to any of the operations there.
So nothing was found on him, no firearms or anything like that, nothing suspicious?
Not at all, not at all. Okay. Area was secured.
Okay. And he wasn't under the influence or anything like that? He was just, you just appeared to have some mental issues?
At this time, that's all we have. I don't know if there's any other issues. It's still very fresh, so that's where we're at.
Well, thanks for that.
That's all the information I have at this time.
Did you say what time? I'm sorry. And what area, what part of the fence line? Are we looking at the Barragata side or?
No, it's definitely on our this side, the Tamuning side, and it happened about 10:20 yesterday morning.
10:20. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, JQ.
Thank you.
If there's anything else, I'll be happy to let you guys know. If you any questions, please call me, and we can I can give you further information.
You sound like you have more information to give.
Just give
What
it all
else?
now.
No, I don't. That's all I have for now. And, you know, like I said, I wish I had more. That right now it's all new, and so.
So BNC?
No, he was released.
Okay, BNC.
He was released.
Okay.
Did they tackle him, or how were they able to apprehend him?
All that is still, I don't know all that, Chris. I'm pretty sure that that will come at a later time.
Okay.
You
have video?
I don't even know if I have that. I'm pretty sure we have them on our cameras, and that probably is all. Because we got to make sure that, you know, if he was able to scale the fence, where we need to make sure that we need to prevent that from happening again.
Correct. Yeah.
So we need to know, and also, you know, make sure that our airport, not only our airport employees, but all our tenants that are up here, that they continue to you have to look out for any kind of breaches and stuff. So I'd like to thank the ground agents for detecting him.
Is there barbed wire on the fence? Did he climb over, or did he cut the fence?
Yeah, from what I see, I don't think there's barbed wires on top. Only at the other locations where we're not close to the airport. But yes.
Where was the plane arriving from?
Is he an airport employee?
The plane was not arriving. It was going to depart. It was going to depart to Narita.
Was he employed in any way with any buddy at the airport?
You know, I don't know that too, Chris. Like I said, it's all very new.
Thank you.
All that information has not been given to me.
Did you know anybody on the plane that was departing?
There was no one on the plane at that time. The plane was still not. It was still getting ready to be prepped to depart.
Well, thank you.
Wait, does he know anybody who works at the airport that maybe he was trying to get to?
Like I said, it's all this information is still new to me. So I'm pretty sure that as the day goes on, I will get all that.
Well, thank you for enduring the cross-examination, JQ. Anything else, Perry Mason?
Oh, thanks, JQ.
I rest my case. I rest my
You
case.
guys have a good day. And I haven't seen you since last year, so happy
I know.
New Year.
Yeah, happy New Year, JQ. Okay.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Bye.
What?
Anything else? Did he know anybody who knew anybody who might have known somebody who had been on the plane or worked at the airport? And
Hey, you never know.
you do. You're right.
never
Hey,
know.
that's why you've been in this business. You ask the questions.
And JQ, he's been like a customs director.
Right.
He's been a senator. He's used to like being asked questions.
Of course, of course. 9:25. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room, shall we? And head over to Mooning now, the Guam Memorial Hospital. Standing by, we have William Kando of GMH. Good morning, Mr. K.
Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. So you got your second dose, right?
I got my second dose, so I'm ready for the cross-examination.
Any adverse effects?
No adverse effects. I on a second dose, I did experience like a mild fever, very mild. Took a couple of Tylenol, and I was good.
What about the interest in the employees over there at GMH that didn't take it the first time? Have you seen more and more of the employees there that are interested and stepping up to get vaccinated?
Yeah, as they were watching many of us go through the first and then the second, I guess they felt that they had seen enough. We hadn't grown extra heads or anything like that, and so they developed their own courage. Maybe people in general just don't like needles. You know, I know I don't, but when it comes to this COVID, I'll take the needle any day.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I'll take that risk over the risk of COVID any day.
What's going on? Can we just get a census update while we have you here?
Sure. As of 8 o'clock this morning, we're looking at total COVID census of 8. We have a total census in the House of 120. So total non-COVID census is 112. So our non-COVID census, it continues to creep up a little as the weeks go by. It's fluctuating, but that's something that we don't mind creeping up a little higher as the non-COVID census, because a lot of times it's people that had postponed treatment for a long time, and they're finally able to come in, and we're able to help them resolve their issues. Even on the elective surgery side, we have increased our surgeries a bit, and we're trying to open that up a little, especially for those surgeries that cannot wait any longer. And so, yeah, we're continuing to. But the good news is the COVID remains low and stable, and it's definitely because obviously the Guam has kept the CAR score low at 1.3, and so the people of Guam, they've done their part. They continue to do their part. And of course, they're getting vaccinated now, probably not as fast as, we would all like them. We're definitely restricted ourselves, and public health is, restricted in how they're able to implement this vaccine plan because they only get a certain allotment per month. We all saw that in the presentation that transpired, the town hall meeting that transpired yesterday. And so I thought that was really a good town hall meeting to get the word out how we're doing with the vaccine plan implementation.
Right.
So and really good questions that were posed by the people out there.
Bill, so with the COVID census so low, does that mean that some of the COVID care units and wards that you guys had set up for to deal with that crazy surge, have you dialed back some of those units and maybe turned them back into places where non-COVID patients can be treated?
That's correct. I mean, as the non-COVID census goes up, they get repositioned to those areas. They're also helping out with our vaccine plan implementation. So that's really important. We've added some of our nurses to that area so that we can keep the line going through. And then we those opportunities that we get to put them on leave as well, we're putting them on leave, so that they can get rejuvenated.
Yeah. Has there been any changes to the visitation policy?
No, not at this time. Although, because we were the past several weeks, we started, besides our own employees vaccinating them, we started vaccinating their family members. At first it was 75 and above, and then it was then we transitioned in accordance with public health's plan. We transitioned to 60 and above, and so I guess you could consider them visitors because they're coming into the hospital, but we don't let them go into the units still. They come in, they get vaccinated, and then they have to go away because we're still trying to prevent that spread. So we're just still trying to do our part. As a matter of fact, as of this week we're not doing 60 and above for the family members. We stopped that this week because this week is our next wave to, and we only have enough vaccines to do those employees that need their second dose. So we already did one wave, and now this is the second wave. Once we get past this week, we basically would have given pretty much the second doses to our employees. So next week, we hope to be able to transition and continue to help public health by doing other GovGuam frontliners, and this is what JQ was talking about earlier. We can't do any of them this week because we only have enough vaccine. It's being restricted by the plan. Public health only gets so many vaccines, so we cannot afford to have our employees miss that second dose. It would be a waste. We just can't miss that timeline. And of course, there's a little leeway in there where if they didn't come exactly 21 days later for the Pfizer, they can come, like within 4 days after that date. But we really want to. We're setting up appointments, scheduling so that we can get through this wave as quickly as possible, so we can transition to continuing help others get vaccinated.
I'm sorry, did you say family members of the hospital frontliners were getting vaccinated? Is that what you said?
We opened it up to as far, when public health asked our help to do 75 and above, we focused on our family members that were 75 and above. And then it was family members 60 and above.
Right, of hospital workers. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you give any updates on the assessments for the skilled nursing unit?
They're still at Catholic Social Services. We are in the process of designing at our skilled nursing facility building. We're in the process of designing the isolation of the B wing, and so we're heading towards 100% design submittal, so that we can then enter into a construction phase, so that we could have more flexibility with that building. So then we would be able to bring back the residents to that B wing, and the facility would still be in a state of readiness, the A and C wings, in case Guam experienced another surge coming up. Right. And so yes, we're in that process. But for now, until we get there, the residents are still at the Catholic Social Services. Mm-hmm. If there was an event like a typhoon, knock on wood, I'm not asking for any typhoons, because we got our hands full. But if we had something like that, and we still haven't done that project, we would likely bring those folks back to the hospital, and we would strategically place them within the hospital, as long as our census is low, because we cannot leave them at that facility. We wouldn't be able to feed them during a typhoon, and we wouldn't. They don't have typhoon shutters over there, so it's a concern for us. We have to maintain the safety of those residents.
Right. Was the contract ever signed?
No, the contract still sitting, I believe, at the AG's office. I guess they had issues with it, or still have issues with it. But we're looking. We may try to enter into some different form of agreement with them, just to get past this.
Yeah.
Can you provide an update on the?
Not much change there.
On the travel nurses, Bill?
As far as the travel nurses go, we're still in the process now of working with our travel agencies, New West and Medical Solutions, to bring in replacements as our travel nurses that were scheduled to, certain time frame, as their time comes to an end. We're bringing in replacements to keep ourselves at a certain level of staffing, not only for our current census, but a little cushion just in case we have another surge.
What about any update on structural repairs that may have been made? I know the Army Corps did some work.
Right, and they were doing more work, I think.
They did complete that work. They completed all their work on the project that we had contracted, that FEMA had approved contracting the Army Corps. This was for care units, electrical upgrades and negative pressure upgrades to care units 3 and 4, which is our former pediatrics unit and our former telemetry unit. So that work has all been completed. We were trying to get them to also FEMA to consider doing an electrical upgrade to our care unit number 2, but they're not. I don't believe that's going to be approved. So we will likely try to do that locally ourselves without them. since we already have the design in hand, we will still continue to try to do that project.
Have the tents come down?
No, the BlueMed tent is still back there. We're still providing very minimal amounts of therapeutic treatments out there in the back, behind the ED. The bamlanivimab. I may be one of the few folks that doesn't have a problem saying that word.
No. Bamlanivimab.
Bamlanivimab. You gotta say it like you're singing it. Bamlanivimab. Bum, bum, bum.
So that one, the remdesivir, the convalescent plasma, we're still doing that, but I think possibly more of that kind of treatment is being done away from the hospital, which is good because our focus back there is ER admissions.
All right. Thanks, William.
No more questions. No further questions.
I mean, I could follow up on some other stuff, but.
Yeah.
So how many patients are at Catholic Social Services?
As of 8 o'clock this morning, we have 8.
Okay. And so how much are we paying Catholic Social Services? And is this a month-to-month type of agreement?
Yes, it's a monthly rental. It's about $10,000 a month, which is, for that service and for that opportunity to keep them safe from COVID, that's pretty reasonable.
Right. And so do we also pay for the food to be delivered there?
Yes, we make the food and we deliver it there because they're on a special diet.
Mm-hmm. Have you? So what seems to be the problem with the contract at the AG's office?
They're busy suing Google. They don't have time to look over anything because they're.
I guess they're just not satisfied with the way it was structured, and that's fine. We'll see if we can figure out what Plan B is going to be. Hopefully, our best. We really want to just bring them out of there as soon as possible. That's our primary goal. But in the meantime, we're just happy that they're safe.
Yeah.
They've been isolated, and they've been vaccinated.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So what's the timeline then to get the renovations underway over at the SNU?
We should be completing this design within the next few weeks. Then we'll quickly enter into a construction phase. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I'm not really. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying how long it will take because, it would still have to go through a bid process, a procurement process, and in the submittal, the final submittal by the designer, they will give us a schedule, a projected schedule. They'll give us a cost estimate, so we'll know more details on that soon.
All right, thanks a lot. I don't. No further questions.
Thanks, Bree.
The witness may leave.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Bill.
Stay safe.
So how long is Lillian going to be gone? How long is Lillian going to be gone?
She'll be gone till early February.
Okay.
So yeah, she's going to Taiwan with the flight today?
Yeah, she is going to Taiwan.
So what's she going to?
I'm really happy. We're really happy that she's getting some time off because we're all going to take our turns. Taking some time off. For me, I haven't taken any time off in years. I can't remember the last time I had a vacation. So
take some time off.
I'm really happy that. I'm sorry.
So she's going on vacation?
Well, anytime away from the hospital is restful, and we told her to stay away from the chat and stay away from the emails.
That's hard to do.
Yeah, I already chatted her up twice this morning. My bad.
She's gonna block you.
Yeah, she'll block me.
Temporarily block Chris Barnett.
All right. So you're the man then. While she's gone, we'll be able to get a hold of you.
Do we have his number?
We don't have his number.
Oh.
Yes, myself and Dr. Badaya, we're holding the fort, but we're happy to hold that fort.
Can you get with Jason in the Zoom chat? I think he asked you a question before we let you go.
I have to. Well, I gotta get over to the airport by 10 because I'm gonna be participating in that Taiwan that ceremony.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, he's just messaging you in the Zoom room to make sure to forward us your number in case anything happens.
Yeah.
So thank you.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
That's that. Okay. All right. We'll take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link on the Breeze, 93.9, next.
When you want to make the
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Good morning. 9:48 on the link. The Breeze 93.9. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Joe, sir, on the ones and twos there. Jason Solis. We're just talking about sandwiches during the break, and what kind of pickle was it you said you like, Jay?
The long dill pickle. Like when they cut it lengthwise?
The long pickle, right? That's the one you like?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the bumps all over it?
Not the gherkins, right?
No.
Is it gherkins or gherkins, the little tiny ones with the warts?
No, that's a different. That's
Yeah, the
the
sweet
super
pickle.
crunchy ones.
You don't like that one?
No.
I'm not even hungry
You
anymore.
only like the
guys.
long one. Okay. 9:48.
I'm all about size.
That's Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9:48. Let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where, as promised, what kind of pickles you like, Doc?
And the pickles be fine there, Chris.
That's good for your GI, the vinegar and stuff, right?
Especially, yes, but probably not the real thing. So I like that the real thing. So
Right on, Doc. So you had a big meeting down at, was it at Adelup or was it via Zoom?
just with Zoom. Yeah, there's no face-to-face meeting right now. It's the pandemic.
And so if you guys are paying attention, last Friday, Dr. Hoa came on and told us that there was an effort to deputize, if you will, some of the clinics to become vaccination sites. And that meeting this morning, 8:30, how'd the meeting go, Doc? What do you have to report?
The meeting went as well as it can be. Again, Chris, Sabrina, I just want to again make sure that people know that all the COVID vaccine immunization that will be giving at any clinic should be at no cost to any for anyone, insurance or not insured. Okay, so people should not pay anything at any type of any clinic that give out immunization. So again, all the immunization for COVID vaccine are absolutely free to everyone in Guam. Okay, so make sure that there's a clear message to everyone. Okay, so the key here is a private-public partnership that our goal is to immunize everyone in Guam as fast as possible to create immunity in the community. So this morning, I think that we supposed to have, I think 300 doses come from public health or Moderna to the clinic, to AMC. So we have, especially the Medicare, the annual wellness visit starting today for the Medicare patient and all the patients that's 60 plus with comorbidity that will get the vaccine today in the clinic. We also have a NVO list that will go down and call the patient that meet the criteria to come in to get the vaccine. SDA and FHP are probably come up online, hopefully by tomorrow. They are doing that, hopefully the training on the handling and storage for the vaccine, and also for the nursing staff training online that they will start today. And if they finish those certification, then more likely they will have the vaccine in their clinic also to give out to the patient. Today the clinic will start giving out the vaccine by appointment and also by NVO list. So we'll contact the patient to do that. In the future, we will hopefully by Wednesday or Thursday this week, we will put out a digital platform for the people to sign up online to have the appointment, so that way they don't have to wait in line to get the vaccine. Hopefully by day it'll be up online so we can prioritize certain group if we have enough vaccine from public health to give out to certain group, especially we either target the DOE personnel or the police. So either one, if agreed by public health, we will probably open on Sunday to give out the vaccination.
So again today, you will be giving vaccinations to your patients. So this is a Medicare?
Yes, this is we have an annual wellness visit for all the Medicare patients starting today, beginning the year. So all Medicare patients, especially 60 plus, will be given the vaccine today.
Mm-hmm. How many will you be giving out today?
I think today we have scheduled around 60 to 70. And on top of that, on the other chronic care management, we have 60 plus. So we plan to give around 200 today to the clinic, and we're going to do that every day for the rest of this week and next week.
Wow. So you already have the vaccine on site, or is it getting delivered this morning?
It's supposed to be en route according to public health, so we should expect them to arrive anytime soon. So we already arranged a clinic to have area for observation post-vaccination. So everything's right now just waiting for the vaccine to get here to the clinic.
And then these are the people who are going to be getting the vaccine are Medicaid, and then also you're going to be Medicare, and then you're also going to be going through your patient database and looking for those patients in your files who meet the criteria to receive the vaccine.
Yeah, it's again, it's really just a 60 plus and comorbidity and Medicare patient. It's really, we don't look into the database regarding any insurance or not insurance. It's just that on this vaccine, doesn't matter what you have. If you meet the criteria, you're going to have it.
And you said other clinics will likely fall in line later this week to be able to vaccinate individuals.
Yeah, and FHP, we have a brief discussion with them on the chat this morning, and they are doing their training online to get the certification through CDC. And once they do that, they should be also online to start giving the vaccination out to their patient also.
Doc, which clinic, which AMC clinic, are the one in Upper Tumon or the one in Mangilao?
We're going to give out all three locations, Mangilao, Tumon, and Oka.
Oka, okay. Starting today, all three starting today.
Okay, yes.
If people meet that criteria and they want to come to the clinic to get the vaccine, are they able to call and just come in, or is that not an option?
I'm going to ask them to wait until at least on Thursday for the platform to come up to them to sign in online. So the best way to handle that way, so that way they come in, they have an appointment already. They don't have to wait. It takes less than 5 minutes to register when they get in here, and then we get the vaccine, so they'd be in and out. So I would ask people to wait at least till Wednesday or Thursday. But right now, from now until Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to give the vaccine out to the patient that have the current appointment with the clinic.
Anything else discussed during this meeting this morning? Was it just you and Dr. Cabrera and the governor in the meeting? Was it anybody else?
No. There's a lot of people in the meeting there, and it's kind of helpful to pass on the message. And we also try to, if we have enough vaccination, we will try to ask some. We go village by village. We're going to ask the mayor to see if we can also go out and do the homebound Manamco also, just because they cannot get to a clinic. So we're going to try to take a team to go out there and do that.
Are you part of that team? You're not part of that team because HSP, from what we understood from Dr. Cabrera, is going to start the homebound shots today. But he also, did you guys talk about caregivers being able to get vaccinated as well?
Yeah, well, Sabrina, we're not part of that team. Just that we feel like we're obligated to do that because that's part of our community service. So we're going to, our nursing staff volunteer to do that, put a team together, and we're going to just take one village at a time. It's just help HSP and help other organizations to do that. But like I say, Mendoza, we need to reach out to our people as much as possible to get the immunization, especially the homebound. So I think we're going to start with PD, and then we go one village at a time. If, like I say, if we have enough vaccine, we can do that. Mm-hmm. And again, we're not part of the team. It's just part of AMC and the community service that we're going to reach out to the homebound Manumco.
But did you guys talk about, aside from the homebound Manumco that are getting the vaccine, what about their caregivers?
Yeah, that's something that again, everything we do has to be clear by public health. Sabrina, we cannot give to vaccine to other people that don't meet the criteria at this point. Yeah. So it's we have to follow the guideline set by the committee.
But now you got to connect to public health because your buddy Dr. Cabrera is working there now.
Yeah, I mean, we will meet him sometime this afternoon to go over the plan. So we will talk to him sometime this afternoon and try to formalize what we can do and what we cannot do. Again, we will strictly follow the guideline set by public health on the criteria and who will get it at this time. So again, I think it's a group 1A, 1B, 1C. So at this point, we're going to stick with that.
You got to hit him up early in the week before he hits the 40 hours.
No, he's
hey,
be okay.
All right, Doc.
All right, Doc. Anything else? When's the next PAG meeting?
I think next PAG meeting will be on this Thursday. So again, we'll probably go over all this stuff again. Our goal is to, get as many clinic up as possible for the vaccination, and AMC, SDA, IHP, and the other smaller clinic. Also, if they want to do it, they can sign up for the program. Again, it's just a lot of logistics in the clinic that you have to kind of move the waiting area to have room for observation. So that's the challenging part, is to arrange your waiting room in order for to make room for observation, because they had to wait 15 minutes most of the time. And the one that has allergy or complication, they have to wait for 30 minutes. So they're going to have to take some room in the waiting area for observation. So that's the challenging part for each clinic, is to make sure they have room to observe this patient.
I'm sorry, you said IHP, so because we have a question here. So IHP is also going to be able to administer vaccines later this week? Or did you?
They should be. I mean, I know they signed up for it, so they should be also on the list of for administration of the vaccine. Like I say, as many clinics to sign up as possible. It'd be very helpful to get our community to be vaccinated, and to create this bubble that we have in the herd immunity. So, like I said, when all the clinic, if they can, they should be.
All right, thanks, Doc. I guess we'll wait for the Joint Information Center to put out all the details.
Right, but you heard it here first on the link. Like we say, miss a link, miss a lot. So thank you, Doc, for that information.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
God bless you. Right on.
So we also just confirmed with Janela Carrera from Public Health that, in fact, the information that the mayor of Inarajan gave us earlier on the show about the vaccination clinic scheduled for Inarajan, the community center, health center there, Thursday and Friday, it in fact will be taking place. So they're going to send out a release with more information about that. But yes, there will be vaccination clinics in the southern part of.
Also, you heard that here first on the link.
Mm-hmm. Miss a link, miss a lot.
There you go. Hey, it's 10:02. Yeah, Jay.
Okay. As in the way only I can. You know what happened 22 years ago today? The Sopranos premiered.
Oh. And now playing left field.
Yeah.
Jason Solis.
Way out there.
Right on.
Me and Barry Bonds.
Well, I watched The Irishman this weekend, so.
What do you think about that?
It was all right. It was long.
Yeah, that was a long movie.
Yeah.
And you're about a year late, but like.
Yeah.
Good movie though.
Yeah, it was right.
Okay, and so on some more important news,
if
vaccination
you're
clinics
into the unions,
resume
that's-
tomorrow at Ukadu. The January 12th and January 13th, tomorrow, 8 a.m. They are doing the ticketing format, so get there early, get your ticket. A total of 10,000 people so far have been vaccinated.
All right. It's 10:03. Again, brought to you by IT&E and Cabo Enterprises. This has been the Monday, January 11th, 2021 episode of The Link. Good job, Joe, sir. Jason Solis, good job, Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Jason.
Way to go. Enjoy that long pickle, my man.
With the bump.
With the bump. All right.
I'm not involved.
Yep. Thank you guys. Yes, we're here. Facebook Live. Appreciate it so much to our listeners on The Breeze 93.9.
Lots of information today. Go to our YouTube, and you can watch the interview with Shannon Murphy about the Ethics Commission.
Yep.
Mayor Tony Chargaloff from Inarajan about the details for the vaccination clinic this
How about
Thursday and Friday.
Dr. Felix Cabrera.
Yes.
Saying, humble brag, he's worth it. It's talking about that salary, $268,000, hired on as a chief medical officer. We went in with Dr. Cabrera. He answered all the questions about how much he's getting paid and the terms of his contract, and then he told us what he wants to do as the island's chief public health
Right
officer.
now, the priorities: vaccination, testing, GDOE, the serial testing, contact tracing, and also, of course, everybody needs to keep up their guard with wearing a mask.
Yep.
Practicing social distancing.
Washing your hands.
Exactly.
Don't be an idiot.
Well, no, but Chris, why are you wearing a mask?
What's that, Jay?
What, Chris? Why are you wearing a mask?
Because I'm a bad boy.
There you go. Thank you for the insight, Karen.
Right on. It's 10:05. Leaving you guys with this one. Fly Over Me. It's Fat Tofu. On The Breeze. This is The Link. My name's Chris. Esta. And yo.
Bye.
It's up to you what you wanna do.